name's host Eric. Happy Memorial Day. Welcome to Talking with Famous People, a show of which I am the host. And may it be a very celebratory Monday for you. I'm currently in the rough part of the mushroom trip, the initial come on of it, which often is not that great. But while in plenty of instances I might feel like going and lying down or something during this part, in this instance, I felt like live streaming. It seemed more suited to my muted mood. Suited to my muted mood. Yeah, I slept quite a bit last night, but I still have a little bit of after effects of not being on Adderall, Post Adderall doldrums. Um, and so I thought, today seems like a good day to take mushrooms. It's you're never really sure. There's always this thing like, well, I'd like to have a good mushroom experience anytime, basically, but it's such a negotiated effort. Like, you gotta be in the right state of restedness and emotionally normal or up anyway. It's easy to do mushrooms well on Adderall. A little more challenging when you're post Adderall, but I'm close to post Adderall, which means like normal Eric. I'm hoping I can enjoy these mushrooms today as though I were normal Eric. I feel like I've got a decent amount of energy. Cameron's coming up today. I do have a couple chores I should probably get done, and that's probably not going to happen on mushrooms. But sometimes, you never know, I might do a thing or two. This morning I'm on the Colombian mushrooms. I believe they're called Colombian, are they? Yeah, I think so. And they're small, little mushrooms. I took, I don't know how much, maybe a quarter ounce, maybe a little bit less, but high legends fall. Legends fall says liberty and justice for some, gifts from the souvenir shop for others. Some conditions apply, limit one per detainee. Howdy ho, neighborinos. my misfortune. So I started this dream during the discombobulation phase here. Which is a little bit unusual. Normally I would start it either before I drink the mushrooms and then undergo the discombobulation, or I might as well just wait till after discombobulation. But today's discombobulation felt like the best treatment for it was socializing. I guess because I'm feeling a little blue or something this morning. For no particularly good reason. You know, that's emotions for you. They don't need reasons. It could just purely be about hormones and chemistry and stuff. Unlike logic, which isn't subject to those kind of things. I tell you what I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna pull a tarot card and see what that tarot card says about what I said. I'm always impatient to get back to the fun part of life during parts of life that aren't very fun, like Sleepy Week. You can't force things, you know. That's the problem. No, that's a problem per se, but it's a reality. Alright. I will pull one from the circle deck. Okay. I'll pull a tarot card from the circle deck. It'll tell me what I need to know. What I got was this one. I'll put on my glasses to look at it and see what it is. Ten of Cups. Everybody get their hands up and yiggity-yah. Do I still schedule typing sessions? Yeah, I do. There should be instructions under all of my uploaded videos, but I don't think it's under my live streams. It should be. I need to change that, you know. I know it is. It's right here. It's in the description of every video. It says to book a typing session. There's a link. What do you think the Ten of Cups means exactly? Everybody worships at the waterfall. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. think I need to get another jacket. Wait, here it is. Here's my other jacket. Because I'm mushroom cold. It's not very cold in here, actually. I looked at the temperature thing and it said it's 67. It's a good temperature for sleeping. Thank you, by the way, Meow, for your kindness, your generosity. Oh, Flamo. Thank you. INTJ, Equation, and ZM couldn't figure you out. Okay, well, every once in a while there's somebody I can't figure out. Like, happened recently is why I mention it. Very rarely. I feel very mushroomy right now. Normally mushrooms can be relied upon to make me feel good. Right now, they don't seem to be addressing my general blues very much. I guess, there's some sayings about mushrooms that you can more or less take to the bank. Mushrooms can't make unfun things fun. Is one of them. Don't try to do things on mushrooms. Is another one. We're going to try to accomplish any tasks. The third one might be you can't change your basic emotion with mushrooms. Normally, my basic emotion is happy. Want to be happy, excited to be alive, enjoying things, right? Well, that's a good explanation, Misfortune. Thank you for putting that there. And Cameron is coming here today. And I already know why I sort of have the blues, just kind of dopamine, insufficiency. Insufficient dopamine. As long as it doesn't really come with too much nausea, I like the serotoniness of mushrooms, but I associate it with nausea too. I feel slightly nauseous now. Show media, hello, good morning. How are you? Feeling like a cowboy in a heart-shaped boat? I can't really see that emoji is exactly where that blue stuff around the heart is. Just give me a minute or two, everybody. I'm waiting to reach the departure point where you're no longer, I guess, cruising altitude. That's what I should say. I'm waiting to reach cruising altitude. The ride up is a bit turbulent. I'm doing okay, a little stressed, using my epi too much forcefully. You're having to lean on people too much. Come on now, come on. You really owe me one, you know that, right? You just make us even. Yeah, scalp massage. I could use scalp massage too. I wish Rachel had strong like ox hands. You have to be strong like ox to give me a shoulder massage. My shoulders need so much like pounding on and squeezing super hard that like no human being can do it. Basically. Yeah, this part is to be expected. I know the first hour of a mushroom trip is always kind of unpleasant and I often have to go lie down. It's not always, sometimes I don't even notice it, but not Colombian, Mongolian. These mushrooms are called Mongolians. Totally different continent. I'm sure they don't actually come from Mongolia, but that is what they're named. They're named as though they were people who came from Mongolia. Mongolia is most famous for its quote unquote barbecue, which is not barbecue at all. You put your mixed frozen meats and vegetables and everything into a bowl. And you pour some juice on it. You give it to the guy. He pours out your bowl of stuff on a round hot skittle. Not a skittle, really. I don't know what you call it. It's like a skittle. And then it doesn't have any edges to it, though, right? It's just flat. And you put your stuff on there. And move it around with a stick. And then they decide when it's done. At that point, you put all your stuff into a different bowl than you give it to them in. Because you wouldn't want to put your food in where all the raw meat was. But importantly, the bowl they give you back is an identical kind of bowl as the bowl you gave them. So if you weren't paying attention, you might think they gave you back your same bowl, but actually they didn't. They put your bowl that you gave them over in the dirty bowls part where they clean the bowls. Oh, serotonin, what have you done? It's a nice day for serotonin. Hmm. So much serotonin. Oh, serotonin. Why are you so serotonin-y? What makes you that way? Maybe I'm just crediting you with something that's not even you. Maybe the way I feel or I call serotonin. Nothing to do with serotonin. How would I know? I'm not gonna draw blood from myself. Besides, I doubt the serotonin that I call serotonin that I'm experiencing right now is found in my bloodstream at all. It's probably just found in my brain. Oh no. I'll just have to keep trusting science at the expense of my empirical verification again. Oh no. You know I don't trust you, science. that guy built a rocket ship or something to go up into as high as we could in the sky to determine if the Earth was actually flat or not. Talk about an empirics whore. Really doesn't believe it till he sees it himself. He must have been from Missouri, the show me state. Don't just tell me the earth is round. Show it to me. Well, you kind of have to be far away from it to see how round it is. Here are some pictures. I don't believe those pictures. No way. Those pictures are just made up. Okay. I'm gonna build a rocket ship and shoot myself up so high in the sky that if I can't see it being round, then it's not round. Because the thing is, anybody who would call it flat is not looking around it very much. Earth may be many things, but flat is not one of them. I just got these huge bumps we call them mountains. Hmm. Sea level. That's where the ground is. If it was flat, everything would be sea level. So you have to concede at the very least, even if it's not round, that the earth is bumpy. It's not smooth and flat like a piece of like a piece of cedar you smoke a salmon on. That's something that's smooth and flat usually. A lot of times those cedar boards they aren't very flat. That's why they're made for cooking fish on it to something more useful because they're like, oh, this is rounded. We don't want this rounded board. That won't do. We need our boards to be flat, like the earth. As flat as the earth itself. I feel so mushroomy. Oh, I feel like I'm a delicate flower enveloped in a broth of mushroominess. Isn't that poetic? I feel like a delicate flower enveloped by a broth of mushroominess. If you're uber goth, I was telling Rachel this yesterday. A good thing to do to go out with another goth person, ask her out on a date or something, would be to arrive and give them one white lily. And then if she was goth enough, she'd hold it like this. And they wouldn't say anything. And then they just go at the center. That would be a really cool goth moment for them. They'd be getting like 500 goth points, which is a lot of goth points. It's not that easy to get goth points if you ever try. The Goth Ecumenical Council doesn't believe in enthusiasm towards anything, including good goth ideas. So goths are like America's own homegrown otakus. And not in an especially long time, I imagine myself getting them and going and having a cigarette. If someone were to sneak up and put a thumb up my butt right now, I wouldn't know how they managed to do it. I have pants on, you know. Like, how did you? I sneakily cut a thumb-sized hole first in your pants, then in your underwear. I didn't notice you the whole time while you were doing that. No. And then, while you're in the middle of a sentence, I just stuck my thumb up your butt. And who are you again? And why are you here in my house? Putting your thumb up my butt? I mean, I commend you for your ninja-ness. I didn't even notice you coming in, coming all the way over here, getting holes in my pants and underwear. But why? Why would you do all that just to stick your thumb on my butt? Are you looking for a ride? Because if so, let me tell you, you're doing hitchhiking all wrong. That's pretty funny. But, he could be doing it all right, but I mean, not if he's hitchhiking. I mean, even if he's gonna go hitchhiking after he's done sticking his thumb up my butt, well, now his thumb's gonna stink. Not that the prospective picker-uppers could tell when just by driving by, but they'll regret it when they pick him up. They go, your thumb stinks like ass. That's part of the deal with hitchhiking, of course, is that when that's why they put their thumb out, because when somebody gives you a ride, you have to let them smell your thumb. Which, of course, everybody wants to do. It's this weird commonality among people who pick up hitchhikers. They all love to smell thumbs. And that's the true story of why hitchhiking is what it is. Because one day somebody came over and stuck their thumb up my butt. That's why. Anyway. I can't think of any good reason why anybody should ever put their thumb on any other person's butt. Yes, it fits there. I guess your thumb's very cold, maybe. But even then, there's got to be a better place to put it than in the butt. So I am feeling somewhat nauseous from these mushrooms right now. I may end up puking. I have to go pee. I'm gonna go pee over there. That's it. I'll leave you guys here for a second. I'm gonna go pee. I might puke. I'll be back. Well, I neither puked nor peed, but I gave the former the old college try. Then they came out. There's something kind of nostalgic about dry heaves that are recorded at 8 a.m. Reminds me of my every morning back when I was drinking. Oh, that's fine. I'll probably pee at some point. Or maybe I'm not. Or well, maybe I won't be able to. I'll just be playing it forward. That's another possibility. Over there is beautiful. This time of day, I good with mosquitoes. Too many of them over there right now. At 20 to 8. Around 10 a.m., mosquitoes kind of go away for the bulk of the day. Right now, they're out. They're out in the evening. Annoying. But, you know, compared to other places that have a lot of mosquitoes, we don't really have a problem at all. But compared to LA, there's a lot of mosquitoes. So I think I'll run some ideas by camera regarding that tree over there that's leaning today. See what he thinks about those ideas. It can be hard to tell these days for me. Like, how much I'm tripping or not. I kind of have to make the determination by looking at things and seeing how much they move around. Like, for me to be tripping too hard on just mushrooms, I can't even conceive of how many mushrooms that would require. That would require all the mushroom supplies, all the mushroom growers on the West Coast. I wouldn't say I to um, yellow jackets either. Not that close to my house anyway. Maybe over there somewhere in the forest. Good morning, Lou. It's Memorial Day, isn't it? I thought it was Memorial Day. Isn't it Memorial Day? Or did I get that wrong? Is it not Memorial Day weekend? I thought it was Memorial Day weekend. Oh my god. title doesn't make any sense at all. Oh, shit, now I definitely have to take the trash out too. Okay. All right. Well, now that I know, thank God I live streamed. I would have just assumed it was Memorial Day all day. And not taking the trash out. Fortunately, our trash people don't seem to get here very early usually. So. I already told myself, don't be here, Eric. One at a time. You're better off just taking one trash can at a time. I should also mention that a trash getter has gotten into our trash last couple of nights. Probably a raccoon, you know? So now I'm gonna have to do like what we're supposed to do. Put the kitchen trash in the big trash can in the garage. I'm already violating rule number one. You can't do things on mushrooms. The fourth trash can I have to take out. Regardless, I'll get it done. Even though I hate it. This is where I was standing to go pee. Absolutely gorgeous. You guys can enjoy the gorgeous view of it. And unlike me, you won't be bothered by the horrible mosquitoes. Ah, horrible mosquitoes, go away from me. Alright, that's enough nice view. There's too many mosquitoes back here. So you're going around the front. I warn the mosquitoes, they keep out there, they're going to bust out a can of DDT. I'll kill those fuckers. You know what I say. Bird abortions, schmurd abortions. There aren't really any mosquitoes out here in the front. We're further away from nature. Still feeling kind of pukey, a little bit. I'm a little disappointed that we don't have a couple things checked off our list that I thought we'd have checked off our list today. We went to that wedding thing. His mom pointed out to us, you know, and it was advertised all over. We discovered, you know, we just hadn't seen it. So we went there, and guess what? What did we get? And that's what the title of this one is supposed to be. And all we got was cornhole. We drove over there, and all we got was cornhole. In the rooms where there was supposed to be this wedding convention thing, there were just a couple of lonely cornhole things set up with cornhole throwing bags, you know, cornhole bags. That's all there was in there. The sign said outside of it, wedding fair, but inside, all there were two cornhole things. hilariously. I have sex missionary style plenty of times. It's one of two kinds of vaginal sex I have. Now the mushroom cold is going away. I've taken the trash out. I'm thinking maybe I don't need this jacket on after all. I think climate control is off right now. We don't have, for some reason, a fan option. I guess that's why we have so many fans. We just have air conditioning and heater. Both of which work amazingly well. But why do we need a fan? You just it's like whoever designed this house and put that air conditioning unit in there had already figured it all out. We don't need a fan because blah, 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 blah. Sorry, no alimony for you. It's funny you mentioned that, Plano. I was feeling mad about that this morning, of all things. I didn't want to call Candace and say, "Do you remember the time you asked me for alimony? How stupid were you then to even dream of such a thing? You, you were exceedingly well compensated for your services, woman. Exceedingly." Anyway, obviously she didn't get a goddamn penny because she had the gall to suggest that we get lawyers to handle our divorce. No, 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 no. You will get money if you deserve it for specific reasons. If you need money because you can't stop spending so much and you only have a job, you're broke, then you can ask me for the favor of giving you some money. The idea that I should pay you alimony is fucking insane. Absolutely no alimony. Every marriage without cowgirl should be annulled. What's cowgirl when she's sitting on top of you? Those are the two sexual positions that vaginal sexual positions that I have are sitting on top of me or missionary style. That's it. Those are the only two positions I need. I don't need any third position to make it interesting. Okay? My wife's like 14 years younger than me. It doesn't take a whole hell of a lot to make it interesting. Well, ain't nobody. Put it this way: dumb people get fucked by the legal system all the time in America. The legal system is unfairly biased in favor of the intelligent. So smart people never get fucked in divorce proceedings. Dumb rich people hire smart people so they don't get fucked. It doesn't matter what people you are. If you're up against me in the legal system, you get fucked. It doesn't matter anything else. Because if you're up against me in the legal system, you're in the wrong completely, and I'll be able to depose you. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone to court. If I am someone actually culpable and deserve responsibility, I wouldn't let it go to court. I'd settle, try to meet my liability. Whatever it is, criminal or civil. If we're in court, you're fucked. I don't care if you get a team of 1 million smartest lawyers in the country. You are fucked. Because if we're in court, I'm completely right and you're completely wrong. Well, I mean, like every important field in the world gets overrun by TE DOMs who think they're smarter than they are. Sure. But they also don't want to get overturned by court of appeals. That's like a big mar on their professional record if they get their shit overturned. Judges are desperate not to get their shit overturned by a higher court. So, if you're smart, you understand that, right? You understand those dynamics properly. And so, of course, nobody would ever actually get to court with me. Would have to be so fucking stupid to actually get all the way to see a jury or a judge, because they'd have to be so stubborn in their wrongness, and they have to fire dozens of lawyers, each of whom is telling them, "Don't proceed with this. You're going to lose. You're insane. This guy's going to destroy you." That's the only way we'd ever end up in court. It'd have to be Club ENTP I was up against. Or, it's like anybody less stupid than that would never get that far at all. Law is run by the TE DOMs, but they're all my bitch, in the legal system where everything's up front, everything's transparent, everything's on the public record. Everything's subject to critique by not only me, but their peers. And when my arguments are definitely the winning arguments, even TE DOMs are my bitch. Well, yeah, I mean, there's tons of dumb people out there who are not served well by the legal justice system accordingly. Including my dad, right? Like, my dad wasted money on talking to a lawyer because Becky in Canada threatened to sue him for something I said on the internet. It's like, it wasn't even on his Wi-Fi. It was on my own Wi-Fi. Yes, it was in his back house, but the linkage there that she could possibly. This is all predicated on the notion that I was actually defaming her, of course, which would require that I be telling untruths about her. So, but my dad ignored all of that obviousness and consulted a lawyer because, after all, what do I know? I'm just his stupid son, Eric, and a lawyer's a professional. Well, Dad, the right between me and our family lawyer is that I'm a genius. And he is not a very good lawyer. Having spoken to him during both of my divorces, I can tell you for sure He is not a very good lawyer. Yeah, there's shit tons of innocent people in Britain right now. Shit tons of innocent, dumb people. Like I said, thank God we have one system in society that is biased in favor of the intelligent. I mean, when you've got 97% of federal cases not seeing a jury trial, that shows you that you're dealing with some dumbass people, right? Who can only see the threat in front of them. I'm threatening you with 100 years in prison for a crime you committed that you only deserve maybe 6 months for or something, right? I'm overcharging the fuck out of you if you force us to go to trial. I of course force me to go to trial because Americans aren't that stupid. Americans aren't that um, in favor of imprisoning people. You know, especially if you're not going to be showing, if you're not put it, you can't put a victim on a stand who's convincing as a victim. You know, who Becky? Becky may have had daddy issues. I don't think she had drug issues. My diagnosis is she's a narcissist, or what I more broadly call simply, she's somebody with accountability avoidance syndrome. Because she is unable to be accountable for anything. It's never her fault. She can't say I'm sorry. She can't accept growth by a critique in any form. She's broken. That's called accountability avoidance syndrome. Other people call it narcissism. You might call it lots of different names, but let's focus on what the mechanism always is. It's a refusal to take accountability for anything. The thing is, hopefully she lost her reputation because I said true things about her that were bad. You hope when somebody is not trustworthy that others will inform you about that, right? So that you don't have to experience being swindled by them yourself in order to know that they're not a trustworthy person. That's not damaging her reputation. That's accurately portraying somebody who cannot be trusted. Whatever you want to call it, the mechanism of it is always the same. Accountability avoidance syndrome. Well, that's not okay. Accountability avoidance. Leave out the syndrome part for that last sentence to make sense. No, I mean BPD people, they cannot say, "Okay, I agree. I'm sorry. That was my fault. Let me learn from that." They cannot do that. They can't do it. It's weird. But they are the least toxic variety of what I assume is a all linked to childhood abuse. You know, BPD is the least toxic form of that because they're only toxic to the people who are closest to them. Um, Somebody like Becky, doesn't seem to recognize the weight of her impacts on other people. Like, you know, she went down to Laverne to visit TWFP, but actually to cheat on her boyfriend with what's his name. And I guess I was aware of this. Was this was her intention ahead of time, but I didn't really comment on it. Right? I didn't really experience the moral outrage I should have until she was already halfway through the visit. I mean, it had been building, but I'd also watched her lie like unflinchingly in order to get to to get something out of this insurance company potentially, and I realized she's a person of no character whatsoever. Of course, I'm also able to recognize that it doesn't mean everything she does and everything she says is bad, right? So she did a good job of of helping me and Kimberly figure out a more equitable way to have a horrible relationship. I mean, the thing is, there's no good way to have a horrible relationship, but there are better and worse ways, right? She did a good job of making things better. Uh, but it's like she wanted to inform her boyfriend when she got back that oh, by the way, we're broken up, rather than being the person of character and breaking up with him before she sleeps with somebody else, right? Got really offended when I started talking about it on the live stream, and because she doesn't get to go according to her timing. Well, I mean, what about him? What about his dignity in this whole thing? You know? And she said, "Well, you're the one who's making it undignified for him by making it public." So no, bitch, you're the one making it undignified for everybody by cheating on your boyfriend in such a shady and reprehensible way. Anyway, she had successfully, but she was very good at manipulating people, right? Like, she was extremely good in getting people on her side, building a little anti-air army, etc. And she had everybody convinced that it was kind of a both of our faults thing. And so I made this joke video about her being a good part of Frank James. And uh, I thought it'd be a good way to, good, like, clickbait, right? Talked about typology, INFJ, I don't EHP, I just use her as part of this clickbait thing. Well, that's when she decided she didn't like it. She called me and started screaming at me and said, "You want to ask me something, you call and you ask humbly with civility, we'll talk about it." Hung up on her. Next thing I knew, she was emailing my father threatening to sue him and telling him what she assumed was dirty little secret about Eric that she knew. Except I've not been hiding anything to anybody the whole time. So that doesn't work on me. And my family actually loves each other, we care about each other. My dad had kind of a funny way of showing it sometimes, but he uh, he definitely loved me a lot, and it's like you have to have such a fucked up family history to think that's gonna work. My dad never even spoke to me about any of the things she said in the emails. He just told me to get her to stop emailing him. You know, the only thing that she did successfully accomplish was she ruined the opportunity I would have had to integrate him somewhat gradually into the channel by asking him to talk about history stuff or whatever. And so she was able to accomplish that with her spite, and that's what she gets to take away from all of her wonderful efforts. Is she denied a dying old, I mean, not dying, but an old man soon to die, uh, an area of potential bonding between him and his son. Great job. You know, I hope it makes you feel very satisfied to think about that and go, I got you. Well, you did, Becky. You got me in that regard. Uh, you successfully prevented me and my dad having something to bond over in his last year of his life. Congratulations. And then the cunt had the gall to direct message me when he died, when he shot himself. Oh my God. Of course, it was something that if you were to quote it, nobody would take any possible offense at, but the fact that she chose to direct message me, just, oh my God, you spiteful cunt. Wow. What a spiteful cunt. You know? Oh, I'll read what you said out loud because it's interesting. A friend of mine dates someone kind of awful, and they do more processing about their relationship than they do actually creating new experiences together. It's very weird to watch. So, you mean they talk about how they talk to each other a lot or something? Is it like you're talking about like meta language like that? I want to understand what you mean by processing. Would that go like listen, Steve, like when you said right there, put it over here. If you could have said like this, more this tone, like, could you put it over that? Is it like that kind of talking? If so, that does sound awful. That sounds unspeakably horrible. That sounds like being married to Candace all over again. Okay, will you stop line coaching me? Okay. I know my tone wasn't what you dreamed it might be, but I don't need the constant line coaching. Thank you very much. You're just going to have to accept the idea that you don't get to control how I say everything. Is that what you mean by processing? I'll go inside and read. Like, oh man, that stuff drives me nuts. Like, you need to talk like this. Oh, it's fine if it's like when you said yeah, it hurt my feelings. That's fine, right? But like things would be better if your tone were different. It's a totally different matter entirely, you know. My tone's the way it is for a reason. It's not because it's for whatever AppV priority you have. It's because it's I'm declarative in my tone when I'm declarative about what I'm saying, and I'm mushy in my tone when I'm mushy about what I'm saying. You know, I'm never gonna be glad handy in my tone unless it would have to do me a lot of good in my actual outcomes for me to be all right. Fine, I'll glad handy this. I could glad handy stuff, but I don't really like being glad handy. Glad handy was the name of the guy who invented glad handy. They named it after him. Glad. I wonder why Glad's not a more common name, first name actually. There you got Gladys. You know, that's a girl's name. I guess that's probably why Glad. You'd like it to be a man's name. Sounds like a knight in England, but it's just too to be a man's name. So they made it Gladys to make it a woman's name. But it's too G to be a woman's name. G. You know, you don't want a woman's name to start with G, like Gertrude or Gladys, or I can't think of any more names like that for a girl besides Gertrude and Gladys. Well, maybe you can. Maybe you can think of more names. Georgia doesn't work. I already thought about that one. You need to start with a hard G, like Gladys, Gertrude, or I can't think of any others. You really need three examples. Guinevere, it's not really a hard G. G, Gwe, G. Gladys and Gertrude are both a hard G, but Guinevere it's softened by the U, I think. Okay. Guinevere and the thing is, Guinevere is an example of a girl's name. It starts with G. It doesn't make it more masculine because it starts with G. Gloria. I mean, it's a troublesome name. That's not. If you let's just talk about what you might be naming your baby. Okay, let's imagine this conversation. We're having a conversation here. Someone's pregnant, and we're discussing what we should name their baby. Okay, Glory Hole is right out here, right out of the question. We're not including Glory Hole, even on the list of possibility names. Now, Gloria. Let's discuss Gloria. The problem with Gloria is everybody's always going to sing Gloria, 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 Gloria. as your daughter all the time. The thing is, the reason I thought it was Memorial Day weekend is a very dumb reason. It was because of this, they were showing this World War II show on the Smithsonian Channel. So I concluded it must be Memorial Day weekend. Of course, they show that shit on the Smithsonian Channel all the time. That wasn't really a very good reason to conclude that it was Memorial Day weekend. But now I want to change my title. I'm going to change the title. Liberty and justice for all we got was cornhole. That'll be the title of this one. It's not too late. I can still change the title. I just have to log in as talking to famous people. And now, I will change the title of this very video we are watching. Liberty and justice for all we got was cornhole. Okay, that's a better title now because it's not Memorial Day. Liberty and justice for all we got was cornhole. Well, that's not even really true. We also got a discount at the restaurant. Amusingly. I didn't expect us to get, it would never occur to me to blame the hotel for the wedding fair people being lame. It's like, how is that the hotel's fault? You know? How is that the hotel's fault? Anyway. But they gave us a discount at the restaurant, and we told them we went to the restaurant, but we didn't stay at the hotel. My last name was Strauss. And supposedly I was supposed to make the discount happen, right? But instead, we got the bill, and there wasn't any discount on it. So Rachel said, no, I'm going to say something. I'm going to get us our discount. And she said that we're Strauss and we're supposed to get a discount. And we did. And then I tipped him extra big. Because we were also kind of a pain in the ass because we wanted a go coffee, and then there wasn't enough creamer left, so we wanted more creamer. So, we were one of those kind of unwillingly pain in the ass people. We didn't want to be a pain in the ass, but we kept needing things and forgetting to ask them when he was there. Basically bad TE. A failure to anticipate. We're going to need more creamer, so tell him now when we tell him to get another coffee, If your last name is Hole, you definitely should not name your daughter Gloria. There's no doubt about that, okay? Well, if your last name is Hole, I mean, you've already got a big enough problem there. You don't want to make it any worse. Like, you don't want to name your son Gaping, for example. Hi, I'm Gaping Hole. What did you say your name was? Gaping Hole. It's spelled Holl. Why do you pronounce it Hall then? Because it's pronounced Hole. And Gaping's an old family name. I come from a long tradition of gaping holes. Because my grandfather, Alfred J. Cole, he spelled his name Koll. So he's replaced the K with an H. It should be pronounced Hole. If Kolle, if Koll is pronounced Cole, then Holl should be pronounced Hole. Nobody can dispute that logic. That's the thing. In the past, it's like I tell people about my grandfather, Alfred Cole. They can't find him because they never spell his last name right. It's Koll. Are you okay? Are you okay, Rachel? I guess you could just hear me on the. She's listening to me.
I'm okay. I'm just cleaning a little bit.
Okay, did you fall down or something?
No, it was my dresser drawer.
Oh, okay. Didn't land on your foot, did it?
What?
It didn't land on your foot, did it?
No, luckily.
Okay, good. What was this, Mom? As I was saying, that's for the title. We went to the bridal event, and the sign said wedding fair, but all we got was cornhole. That's the only thing was in there were two cornhole game things with with the uh, with the little things you throw. What are those called? I don't want to call them muffins, but they're not called muffins. What are those things called that you throw? You don't get a cornhole game that's complete with the cornhole, the hole, and the muffins. You get the hole and the something else. Whatever they're called. Now they're called muffins, okay? Cornhole muffins are what you throw in cornhole, okay? So anyway, there were two cornhole things. And what do you call a cornhole thing, right? It's like a stand up ramp thing that's got a hole in it. What do you call that? A stanchion. There were, in total, there were two cornhole stanchions and perhaps 2 dozen cornhole muffins in the room to, to accurately describe what was in this conference room area thing where the event was supposed to be at. And I think they canceled it the last second. The hotel didn't know they had canceled it until the last second either, I guess, because they still had their signs. They had like electronic signs on each of the doors that they centrally programmed from some room. It still said wedding fair. So we saw the signs, Yosemite wedding fair, and we looked inside the door, and all we saw was cornhole. It was strange. Then the hotel people came up and said, "Oh, you guys here for this too?" Yeah, they canceled with us, but they didn't inform anybody else, I guess. But if they canceled with you, why is it? I didn't say this out loud. Why does it say on your sign still, Yosemite Wedding Fair? That's you're the ones who programmed that sign, not them. They must have canceled with you the last second too, or else you just don't go around. You just don't bother updating your signs that often. Your sign should have said free cornhole to play. And we got a discount at the restaurant, which is nice. And we got a nice waiter. And the food was like predictably good hotel food. Like nothing to write home about. But Mr. Bobby, why does somebody want to go into your hotel room, do you think, though? Is it because you've got pounds of gold in there? Is it because you've got pounds of drugs in there? Is it because they're after your hot young body? What is it that makes them want to go into the hotel room? Ask yourself this, Mr. Bobby. If you could get into every hotel room, including your own, would you go into other people's hotel rooms? And if so, why? What would you be after? You'd either be after wealth, drugs, or some kind of violent crime. So, unless you travel around with large amounts of drugs or money, I wouldn't worry about it too much. You should remember as well, they could just program a key card and make another key for your room anytime. And then just give it to anybody. That's why they have a meow thing on the inside. So they can't get it up all the way up even if they do that. Oh yeah. Yeah, some people stayed there. I came to stay at the hotel just to go to that wedding event, and then it wasn't there. But fortunately for all of those people, they were satisfied with a consolation prize of cornhole. It turns out that they were huge cornhole enthusiasts. So, it's like, wow, I would have come here just for the cornhole anyway, so it's fine. What was it? Yesterday was a day full of frustrated ambitions, Rachel. Everything we tried failed. We tried, first, I wanted to go across the mountain route. I didn't want to go down through Madera County because I have this irrational belief that Madera County is stinky. Anyway, I wanted to try to stay all in Mariposa County if I could. And also, I just wanted to not go down and around and back up again where I could just go across. And the thing said it takes longer. It's like 22 miles, but it takes an hour and 15 minutes to get there. It's like, well, I guess this must be some windy roads. I don't know. Well, it turns out that, and I said it to Rachel's phone, her phone's like, nope, you're not going to get to go that route. And so it's directing it down the highway. And then I'm like, well, fuck you, phone. I'm gonna go the route I want to go, not the route you want me to go. And then I tried to go the route I wanted to go, and it turned out it was a dirt road. I had to just turn right around and go back the way I had come. I had wasted all that time trying to find the Northwest Passage. It didn't even exist. Except for what? Except I could do it, I'm pretty sure, on the little wilderness car. I'm pretty sure, I haven't absolutely confirmed it yet, that where the Jersey-Dale Ranger Station is, up the road a piece, there's these roads that go that way into the mountains, and I am pretty damn sure I could get from here to Fish Camp just on those 22 miles of mountain roads and not have to take the highway. I have no good reason to go to Fish Camp, but what I really wish is that yesterday, instead of us driving to Fish Camp, I had known ahead of time that these were all dirt roads, which I kind of did but forgot. I wish we could have just made the trip in the little world. Who gives a fuck if there's a wedding festival anyway? We just traversed the mountains in our little wilderness car all the way over there. It's like, here we are in Mariposa, right? And here's the highway. It goes all the way down here into stinky Madera County, which remains Madera County up back here, and then finally comes Mariposa County up here next to Yosemite, the south entrance of Yosemite. So I don't want to drive all the way this way through stinky Madera County. I want to go like this, straight across, right? It's a lot closer. And the thing is, people's GPSs are causing all kinds of problems here. I saw a sign yesterday that says, "Do not trust your GPS. This is not the way to go." you know, um, do not trust your GPS. There's good instructions around here because it'll put the dirt roads as alternate routes, and they are alternate routes for if you got like a truck, you could drive those roads, but really sometimes, I mean, they're seasonally, you know, there were certainly plenty of times when I've gone on the wilderness car on those little roads. I don't think any kind of regular car except like a raised 4x4 or something could go on those roads. So, some parts of them are fine, but that's why all these signs, like, because not just here, obviously, over there too. Where I saw that sign, somebody must have driven there and got their car stuck out there, Because the GPS is telling them this is the quaint back way to go to get to the same place. Well, it is, but you got to have a little wilderness car. You can't be driving a regular car on it. And of course, people around here don't want you trying to drive your regular car on it because if you get stuck on this road in your regular car, it's not like it's multi-lane road. Not like you're gonna go around you or anything. You're shutting down the road entirely until we deal with the stupid car, right? So obviously, there are people who are just like us, but who actually make excellent use of their little wilderness cars. And they drive from here to Fish Camp, and it's like they want those roads clear. They have a chainsaw with them, so they cut down when a tree falls on across the road. Um, those people are all up in here in the mountains, I'm sure, but I never see them. Even though every time I go up in the mountains, I never see anybody. Maybe I'm going to the wrong place. Maybe there's some special wilderness that everybody's at. I mean, recently I saw that people hunting turkey one time, and we saw parked quads, no sign of people. On another occasion, they were obviously hunting or something, you know. Lol, yeah. No, yeah, you're right there. It's L apostrophe. I mean, it's L apostrophe LL. No, it's not L apostrophe LL. It's LIL. Whoa, and then an apostrophe, I think. Whoa, LIL apostrophe wilderness car. You add vehicle at the end of it for some reason. There's no reason to add vehicle. It's not a little wilderness car vehicle. It's a little wilderness car. That's it. There's no vehicle at the end of it. That's like saying ATM machine. It's redundant. We already get that it's a vehicle by calling it a car. A Bigfoot conspiracy? You think Bigfoots are conspiring against us people? I mean, who could blame them, really? But I saw how well negotiations went with the Indians, and they said, okay, we're not going to take the same mistake those Cherokee and Sioux people did. We're going to stay hiding here in the forest and conspire to destroy the white man. Yeah, well, people think that Sasquatch don't exist, but they don't realize that Sasquatch is just another kind of American Indian. Except they're hairier than most of them, taller, and they talk like cavemen. They're scarce. They haven't been afforded their own reservation, is why. I will keep my eye. Well, maybe a little wilderness card does have a fancy name on its official title, um, like Intrepid Conquistador or something dumb like that, you know, like a racehorse name. But to me, it'll always be just a little wilderness car. I might refer to it as the mule sometimes, which is what its actual name is. Kawasaki Mule. But who cares what his name is? I don't refer to the Mini Cooper very often as the Mini Cooper. I just say the car, right? Let's go into the car and go somewhere, you know? Who cares what kind of car it is? It doesn't matter. All the different kinds of cars, they're all doing exactly the same thing. They just being a car. What makes that car different is that it's smaller than a regular car in some way. Maybe it's not even smaller. I don't know. And that it's for the wilderness. Thus, it is a little wilderness car. I must say, the Kawasaki Mule deserves me to praise it by name, as well as just calling it a little wilderness car, because it's fucking fantastic. It's so amazing. I can't believe what a good little wilderness car it is. It's amazing. I highly recommend it to anybody in the market for a little wilderness car. Kawasaki Mule is a great product. It's really amazing. Like, it goes over all these bumps and everything, and you don't even feel it when you're riding in the car. It's just all smooth ride. It's crazy. You know, like, originally, whenever it looked very, very gnarly on camera, I'm sure, but we had to cross this little stream with these big rocks in it. And we managed to do it. But I was like, oh no, what if we get stuck in here? We weren't gonna get stuck. No way. Not in that thing. And even if we had gotten stuck, it's got a metal cable on the front of you. Pull it out and you circle around something like a big tree and you winch yourself out. Isn't that amazing? I've never tried it before, but anyway, I highly recommend the Kawasaki Mule as to anybody shopping for a wilderness car. It's fantastic. 2 thumbs up. One of the things that's been on my mind and troubling me quite a bit is how do I change the message on the answer machine? I cannot figure out how to change it. It still says, "Hi, we're the bishops." And let's go look at it right now. I know you're not supposed to do things on my phone. Let's just look at it a little bit, okay? We're not committing to fixing this problem right now. I'm just committing to going and looking at it a little bit more. It's frustrating because obviously Rachel and I are not the bishops. And I don't like that my answering machine keeps lying to everybody. But I don't know how to change it. Like, you'd think if you were to push this, right?
Record after the tone. Press stop when you are done.
Hi, this is Eric and Rachel. Leave a message.
Recorded.
So you think, okay, now you changed the answer machine message. No.
Time and day not set. You have 1 new message and 3 old messages. Monday, 3:28 a.m. Time and day not set.
Hi, this is Eric and Rachel. Leave a message.
End of messages.
In other words, it just recorded a message. It didn't change anything. It still has the same answering machine messages it always had. So what do I do? Push setup, maybe?
Number of rings, 6. To change the setting, press skip or repeat. To continue setup, press setup. Base ringer, high. To change the setting, press skip. Remote access code, 30. To change the setting, press skip or message alert, tone, off. To change the setting, press number of rings, 6. To change the setting, press skip or repeat. To continue setup, press setup.
Okay. What's this one? ANNC.
Announcement, press play or press record.
Oh.
Record after the tone. Press stop when you are done.
Hi, this is Eric and Rachel. Leave a message. Hi, this is Eric and Rachel. Leave a message. I did it. I think I did it. I think I successfully did it. Why they would call it an announcement? Like, why do they call the message that you leave the people hear when they call your house an announcement? You're not announcing anything. Right? Like, what are you announcing? I mean, you could say you're announcing that you're not home, but I mean, I still don't think you could call it an announcement, really. Well, it turned out all I had to do was look at that with my glasses a little bit, and then I was able to figure it out. So we were no longer the bishops. Ah, it only took us later here for. Oh my God, there's quails over there. Oh, I can't see them anymore. They just went over the hill or something. There were quails right there. But they moved away now. Makes me want to put more cutlets out. Like quails, that's pretty sweet. What we're going to do is we're going to keep bringing them around with cutlets. Right around Thanksgiving time, we're going to shoot ourselves a turkey and a couple of quails. Hey, you wasp, get away from here. You can't make your nest around here, mister. It's okay, plenty quails. Here, have some of this. Got some cutlets. You like cutlets? Here, have them. All of these cutlets are for you. Do we need more wall cutlets? I don't even know. Okay. This one right there. There. Come on, quails. You can have all these cutlets. You can have some cutlets too. Just, just to reassure everybody, I'm not actually going to shoot the turkey and the quails. I mean, I might consider shooting a turkey, but here's the thing. If I'm going to shoot a turkey, I'm going to aim for its head. If I can take out a turkey's head, clean off with a 22, then I figure, okay, I was supposed to kill and eat this. And you never know. Granted, said hypothetical turkey will be like right over there. And I'll be standing here. You know, Another thing behind it is a bunch of trees. Eventually, the road, but I aimed downwards, so there's no way I could ever get anything that's not in the gully. Okay, that wasp is definitely looking for a nest or has found one or something. We are not having you and your kind around here, mister. We're not having any of you or your speculative journeys here looking for a home. No, sir. I've got a solution for you. It's called fire flames of death. Okay. With these fiery flames of death, I will rid myself of this wasp. Hurry up, fiery flames of death. These fiery flames of death weren't wanting to light. There we go. Now we got some fiery flames of death. Alright. Now where's the wasp? Come on, you coward. Now that I have my fiery flames of death, you don't want to show your face? Come on, come down here. Yeah, there you are. There you are, you dirty motherfucker. Fire flames of death! Where are you? I don't know if I got him or not. Did he escape my grasp? All of the above. To the fire flames of death. I think I must have grounded him. But I should be hearing like him squirming around, you know? Ah! Jesus. I'm in bug panic. No, wasps, you can't be around here. Deal with it. Alright. I think I got that fucker. I don't know where he went. At least I scared him away. I can't find his corpse, unfortunately. But if he did get away, hopefully he'll tell his other wasp friends, look someplace else. There's no welcome here for wasps. Ah. And they want to be waspy so badly. Horrible things. They're horrible things, those wasps. They try to build their waspitoriums up high where you can't even reach them. Well, I'm on the lookout for them. They're not gonna build any waspitoriums around here. You see me? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Battling those wasps makes me think of that Flaming Lips song for some reason. Oh, because it's something like, we're not gonna let those wasps defeat us. I'm not gonna let those wasps defeat me. I'm gonna win. The wasps are gonna lose. Go on, if you're going outside, just stand in the doorway. Anyway, the wasps picked the wrong guy to fuck with. They are not allowed around here. I will kill them all. Mercilessly, gleefully even. So if you're a big wasp defender, don't expect to find much sympathetic quarter around here. I am not a wasp defender. I'm a wasp eliminator. I'm the Grim Reaper for wasps. I wish I could be the Grim Reaper for mosquitoes too. It's like, aren't that many? You only have to kill a few wasps to prevent a big wasp problem. If you stay on top of it, right? You just got to make sure as soon as you see a little bit of a wasp nest, you kill it right there. It's not a problem to deal with. You just have to kill a few wasps here and there. Also, you don't even have to kill all the wasps to get rid of them. Once you've destroyed their house, they'll go find someplace else or they'll die on their own or whatever. Mosquitoes don't operate like that, unfortunately. Now, mosquitoes are just as subject to the fiery flames of death as wasps are, but the problem is there's not a central nest of them for you to destroy. Which is why I'm so in favor of bringing back DDT. If you really want to kill some mosquitoes, just spray the whole area with DDT. You won't have any more mosquitoes. That's how people actually thought back in the old days. That's some TE Dom decision making there, huh? Well, look, you want to live out in the woods, but it doesn't mean you want the mosquitoes, so let's just spray the woods with DDT. That's some TE Dom shit if I ever heard it. It's like, why is there a lawnmower here? What kind of insane person would try to mow that hill? You have to have minus 50 intuition to think it's a good idea to mow this hill. I mean, you're like, oh, it's all dry brush and it might catch on fire. Well, then do some sort of prescribed burn or something, I guess. But mowing the hill is just insane. Who would mow this? Who would mow this gorgeous hill? You have to have some kind of serious ESTJ disorder to mow this hill. Like, when did you have a chance? Like, how often did you people bust out the lawnmower when you lived here? For what possible purpose would you mow this? Well, it's a fire hazard. I mean, you're more likely to start a fire mowing it than you are to prevent one. Okay, let's put it that way. Plus, did he mow down? Or did he mow up? I want to know. Did he mow side to side? Why would anybody try to mow this? You have to be completely insane to think that you should mow this hill. Well, it's my hill now, so I need to mow it. Why? Oh, look at this. The grasses are all different heights and everything. No, I get it. Those grasses are being uncooperatively dissimilar from one another. These grasses are uncooperatively dissimilar from one another. It's a good reason to mow. Do you want to go inside or are you just standing there? Ah, that's it there. Inside, outside, inside, outside. Just pick a side, you know? And they'll probably say, well, you do it, Eric. You do it all the time. You go outside, smoke a cigarette, you come back inside. Yeah, but I don't make you cats open the door for me. That's the difference, see? Let me go get my torch so I can at least punish a few mosquitoes before I smoke a cigarette. You probably can't find a single person in the whole world who defends the mosquito. Like, no, mosquitoes are great. They're a wonderful thing. Like, they're not like flies where you can say they clean up poop or whatever, or ants. They're just all bad. There's nothing good about mosquitoes at all. The only good thing about them is that they can't withstand the fiery flames of death. Let's go try to find some mosquitoes and kill them. They usually like to hang around here, I've noticed. Where are you now, mosquitoes? Oh, there you are. Die. Come on. You like to be around here when I come here to pee. Well, where are you now? Now that I'm properly armed, you don't show yourself. There you are, motherfucker. Come on. You know you want my hot, delicious blood. You want to land on my face and get in my ear and stuff. Come on. Well, come and get it, motherfuckers. Horrible mosquitoes. Mosquitoes. I'm not going to say this lightly. I don't say this lightly about anybody. You're worse than wasps. And I will purify the land of your evil presence with my fiery flame. Well, of course, the second I turn it off, I see a mosquito, right? I turn this back on anytime, so you guys just stay the fuck away. Okay, I seem to have intimidated them for the moment. You just gotta take a stern tone with these fuckers. Make it clear that if they come around you, they're gonna burn to death. Nobody mourns dead mosquitoes. Not even other mosquitoes. Butterfly. Butterflies, in contrast, are fine. If there were as many butterflies as there were mosquitoes, I'd be like, wonderful, look at all these butterflies, right? But mosquitoes are the opposite of butterflies. You can barely even conceive of having too many butterflies, and you can very easily conceive of having too many mosquitoes. In fact, even one mosquito is too many mosquitoes. There's another beautiful butterfly. It's flying across the sky. You're welcome to fly around here, because you're not a mosquito or a wasp. You're a butterfly. You add scenery and beauty to my vision. And you don't try to sting me. You're fine. You can stay all you want. Unlike mosquitoes and wasps. I'm an insect racist. And I'm okay with it. I'm okay with being an insect racist. Butterflies are cool. Wasps and mosquitoes need to die. Moths are fine. Rachel doesn't seem to like them though. Rachel doesn't like daddy long legs either. But she thought at first they were big mosquitoes. They're not. Those aren't mosquitoes. Those are daddy long legs. And in fact, daddy long legs eat mosquitoes. But obviously they're not doing a good enough job of it. They need my help. And besides which, daddy long legs if you encounter any dumber bugs than daddy long legs they get stuck everywhere. Like you could have like a wall right here and nothing above or on either side of it, and that just gets stuck, just bumping into it. That's how dumb daddy long legs are. I guess you don't have to be very smart to eat mosquitoes. Because they're just around, you know. Anyway, I applaud you for the service you're doing, Daddy Longlegs. But it's like if I could hire anybody else to do the job, I would hire them. Because you're making some kind of an impact, I suppose, on the population. But I don't know. I've watched you work, and you're constantly getting distracted by things like light bulbs or a wall. You know, you go outside and do your job. Eat mosquitoes. There aren't any mosquitoes inside of here, so go outside and do your job. But they don't. They're dumb, daddy longlegs. They don't get that there aren't. They don't even know that they're inside. Liberty and justice for all we got was Cornhole. That's a good title for a live stream. Rachel's cleaning because Cameron's coming today. But I'm thinking, oh gosh, do I really want to clean now? Adderall's coming today.
Oh, that's a good point. I think I'm done with what I want to do. So
Cameron's not going to judge us, dude. Cameron knows. Cameron was hanging with us when we were in that
Yeah.
horrible, filthy back house.
Yeah,
Cameron's not going to
and he
judge
never
us.
judged us. No.
With our bucket of pee and stuff.
That's legendary. That fucking pee will remain in my heart.
Well, I tell you what was legendary was Dean's ability to just look completely unfazed at this bucket of pee and not mention it and just keep on going around looking at the room. And we go, oh shit, I should have emptied out this bucket of pee before the reeler came in here.
Oh my god, that's hysterical. Oh, I didn't realize that.
That was pretty embarrassing.
Oh my God.
But I will say this. Dean is an ENFJ master of not even blinking an eye,
No.
you know?
He didn't.
You just talk about the paint, talk about this, let's get out of this room and
In his mind, he was reinventing the house.
He didn't
Yeah.
care about the bucket of pee.
No. He was like, what can I do with this space?
Dean made at least $100 grand on the deal.
Yeah, he did.
And he would have made less, except we forced Janet to not get anything.
Yep.
That's what I call benefactor beneficiary. He benefited the fuck out of that relationship.
He did.
And all he had to do was pleasantly overlook a bucket of pee and not try to tell me what to do like that stupid cunt Janet did.
Yeah.
Plus, just would generally get the fact that I don't read things. And you probably tell me things directly before I'm going to process it because for some reason I don't listen to Dean at all. It's like benefactor beneficiary. That guy could talk to me and I would not listen at all. It was strange. I'm a very good listener, but it just he started talking. I processed immediately as effing nonsense. Let's see what the point here is. But it was wrong. It was dumb of me because he knew exactly what he was doing the whole time, right? He was really an expert at what he's doing.
Yeah.
We did it exactly right. Like he said, he's like, we did it exactly right. And so this is why you have, and he earned it in the sense that he was there all week showing hundreds of people that house.
Yeah. And we weren't involved in that process at all.
Well, once they put their fake furniture and stuff in there, we couldn't live there anymore because we just destroyed their furniture because the cats.
Yeah, the cats would have ripped it up.
Well, I mean, if we let the cats in one night, what did trouble do? Took a dump right in the middle of the fucking bed. Right in front, right in the middle of the stage, freshly staged bed. A big dump. It was, at that point, I was just like, we have to spend the rest of the time in a hotel. Forget this. It's impossible.
Yeah.
We cannot keep this house looking nice and living here.
No.
Especially when the cats are out to punish us like this. I believe the cats now understand that even though it was torture for all of us, it was worth it. Trouble took longer to come around on this point than Capio did. Capio left this place the minute we got here. So what are cornhole muffins called anyway? I've named them muffins. The little things you throw. Bags? Bean bags? But they're squares, aren't they? I don't think you should call a square a bag. I'm sorry, that's just me. But call me old fashioned. I don't think you should call a square a bag.
Did you already do tarot?
I pulled one for me.
What'd you get?
I got the 10 of cups.
Oh, that's emotional fulfillment.
And I'll pull one for you right now. I pulled it when I was in the discombobulation period.
Oh.
Here's one I pulled for you.
Where it is. I'm like, I like it here at home.
You do like it here, huh?
I do.
So do I.
That's good.
There's only one thing to not like about here at home.
Uh-oh.
That's those damn mosquitoes. But don't you worry about that. Because what I have learned from experience right now is that they burn to death just like wasps do. The fiery flames of justice I would go outside when I go to smoke cigarette. I'm gonna try to remember to go armed henceforth. They learn after enough of them die in the fiery flames of justice. They stay away from you. I just wish they had a central nest that I could destroy, like wasps. They don't make mosquitotoriums. They just come out of the woodwork everywhere. They breed in standing water. Well, of course there's gotta be some standing water. It's like the wettest weather ever.
Yeah, we had so much snow and it'll bring all the wetness.
But there's no standing water right next to my house. Why the mosquitoes gonna stand there when there's water standing?
Dumb.
Oh, just stay next to your standing water. So anyway, to conclude this long line of thought that I've been expressing for quite some time now, mosquitoes are worse than wasps because they don't have a central nest that you can destroy.
That's fair enough.
Even though it's worse to get stung by a wasp than to get a mosquito bite, nevertheless, mosquitoes overall are worse than wasps. This has been my 10th grade science essay. Thank you for listening, Eric. I'll tell you who's not invited to my Ten of Cups celebration. Mosquitoes.
Oh.
No, they are not. They've all been disinvited. Not they were ever invited in the first place, but I mean, they've been expressly told to stay away. The opposite of invitation. The thing is, the ridiculous thing, of course, is that we do not have very many mosquitoes at all. I'm actually shocked by how few mosquitoes we have. But it doesn't take a lot of mosquitoes to be annoying.
Yeah.
You know, as soon as one of them goes right next to your ear, it's like, okay, you fuckers need to die, 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 die. I mean, it doesn't take a lot of mosquitoes to drive me back inside. But there are various solutions that we might attempt, such as we should get some of those candles, citronella candles,
Yes.
that supposedly keep mosquitoes away.
Supposedly.
We'll see if they work. We could even consider getting a bug zapper.
I was thinking about that too. My family who lives in upstate New York, they have a bug zapper, and it worked really well.
They're really fun at night. Mr. Bobby, that's hilarious. Eric, why does your wedding description say no gays allowed?
Wait.
Our wedding. No, Rich, it doesn't say that.
Oh,
It's just
okay. I'm like,
joking.
what? That's so not our style.
First of all, since when does somebody have a wedding description?
It should say no mosquitoes allowed.
Yeah. Did I write mosquitoes and it autocorrected to gays? That's surprising. That's surprising autocorrect there. No, comma gays are allowed.
Yeah.
Um, did you watch any of the Preakness? Yes, we watched it.
We did. Not gonna be a triple crown this year.
No Triple Crown. Well, they just call the Preakness steaks to make Belmont irrelevant steaks.
Yeah. Belmont really.
Yeah, that's all the Preakness does almost every year is make Belmont irrelevant.
Yeah, and honestly, it hurt the track a lot because for so long there wasn't a Triple Crown winner after Secretariat. Like they really just didn't put any effort into is it the stadium? The track.
The track.
Yeah, the track. They kind of let it go to the wayside because it's like, well, there's no horses doing Triple Crown, so.
Yeah, it's a track plus grandstands plus an infield plus the backside, as they call it, which is where all the stables and stuff are. And then there's the parking lot. That comprises the entirety of a horse racing facility. I know because I grew up right next to Santa Anita. Rachel also grew up next to Belmont. But the difference is I had friends who worked in the horse industry.
Yeah.
So I was able to go into the back part sometimes. I was taken to the back part by Alarino before, And he was an owner operator of a horse called Nevada's Range. And it only ever won one race in sloppy conditions. Really sloppy conditions. So you could say he's a mutter, or you could just say he got lucky on a day where conditions were really sloppy. Well, the problem, Mr. Bobby, with that Star Wars movie that had Jar Jar Binks in it, is it's not good enough movie overall to rewatch and consider my opinion about Jar Jar Binks again. If Jar Jar Binks was an eyesore in a fantastic movie, maybe I'd be inclined to reevaluate my position on him. But he's just one of a bumblefuck of disasters that rendered that entire film into garbage.
And the following.
And everyone after that, after 4, 5, 6.
They did a really poor job of choosing who would be.
That guy's a terrible actor.
Is it Anakin Skywalker?
Yeah.
Right before he comes Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did a poor job at choosing Darth Vader. I mean, he was a terrible actor.
I think that lady who was supposed to be Luke and Leia's mom.
Natalie Portman.
She did. I thought they cast her well, but you can only do. There's no good way to execute a terrible script.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. He was in charge, Mr. Bobby, of those films, those 3 prequels.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if you need to understand where the artist was coming from to appreciate something that he's done artistically, then he has failed miserably.
Yeah.
And he has utterly failed. If he has to explain himself as to why this was a good artistic decision, you know already it was a terrible artistic decision.
Wow, I'm very surprised that it was all him because they're so different.
It doesn't surprise me at all.
I actually don't mind Kylo Ren because I get the that actor like gets the dark side a little bit more of the character. I know it's not Darth Vader, but
Who's Kylo Ren? Is he
Ky-
that guy,
no.
the guy with the long nose?
the one who plays the old man in the classroom.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
That guy's hilarious. That's one of the best Saturday Night Live skits ever.
Yeah.
It's one of the absolute best Saturday Night Live skits ever.
Would you like a cup of noodles?
Oh, that'd be great, thanks. And he's an oil man, and he comes in on Father, bring your dad to work there or whatever. Oh, he is hilarious in that. I tell you who else I think is really funny. Is the guy who kept getting hit by the car and when they're dancing in the street skit. That guy.
That is a really good skit too.
That guy with his black wig on is fucking hilarious. If you guys haven't seen either of these two skits, you should definitely see them. What is that guy's name anyway? Do you know what that guy's name is, Rachel?
Excuse me?
Do you know what that guy's name is?
The one who plays Kylo Ren.
No, the one who keeps getting hit by the car.
Oh, Fred Armisen.
Fred Armisen.
Yeah. He's just like.
Yeah, he's dancing, rebel dancing, and he gets hit by cars.
Like dancing in the street.
Yeah, rebel. Oh my god, it's fucking hilarious. So like that guy with that black wig on and like a fake boobs, just the thought of it makes me laugh. I mean, here's my take on the Star Wars thing: is that George Lucas wasn't trying to do anything in particular when he first made those first three movies. He was just trying to make three movies that he thought were the best three parts of the story. And really, he kind of realized the larger story didn't really need to be told. This was kind of like the meat of it, right? And then he was just executing his vision as a creator, right? Then years later, he comes back and is supposed to make these other Star Wars movies. Now he's no longer executing his vision as a creator. Now he has learned something from what made those first ones work, and he's trying to do it, right? Fail. That's fail, fail, fail. You can't do art like that.
Who? George Lucas?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
You weren't paying attention, but that's fine. I will tell you to you again. What happened was George Lucas, the first time he was doing it, was executing his creative vision
Yes.
and just doing what he was doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
The second time when he came back to do it again, he had learned things from the success of the first franchise, right? Like, he had done analysis on it. This is what made it work. This is what didn't make. This is why it was so successful. And then instead of executing actual creative vision, he tried to do that. He tried to do that this time instead of actually having a clear creative vision and executing it and trusting that you have to trust the process to get good results. You can't. If you try to TE it, you get a clusterfuck of a disaster.
It really was. And one of the things that he kind of also was the original films. Like a lot of times when you get them on DVD now, it's got the CGI stuff in it, like parts where he thought CGI could enhance the film.
Yeah, to me that's mostly inconsequential. It doesn't bother me very much. I think it's unnecessary. I agree. Like, for example, there's a scene that they originally wanted to have in the original Star Wars of Han Solo talking to Jabba the Hutt by the Millennium Falcon, and they had all the film of it, and then later he just said, okay, now we can make Jabba the Hutt look good enough, so let's put this scene in, and I'll put it in Jabba the Hutt. I'm fine with that.
See, it bothered me a little bit though because it's so noticeable compared to the 70s sort of.
No, I mean it is kind of a Spanish art restoration. You know.
That's a good way of putting it.
But the thing is, he can only ruin so much of it because it's a full 2 hours and he's just ruining a spot here or there.
Yes,
and
that's true.
And it is glaring, and it's like, why did you do that? It was a poor decision. Nobody's feeling it's a poor decision. I don't think it ruins it.
It doesn't. Okay, you're right. It doesn't ruin it. I just tend to be hypersensitive to.
Well, you're NI. You want the whole. You don't want the whole with some ESTJ corkscrew added onto it.
Yeah, like when in Iron Man 2, Sam Rockwell, like he was playing like a high roller kind of guy. So like either he decided or the costume decided, the director, whoever decided, okay, we want you to look tan. So he made himself look tan, but the tanner was on his hands the whole freaking scene. Like you could see like yellow, like not yellow, orange, like stuff on his hands, and I'm like, did he do that himself?
Or maybe after they put it on, he was just like.
Maybe it could have been. It definitely could have been.
No, I agree. It's supposed to be one whole cohesive story. The problem is he only did a good job on 3 of the films. That's the problem, right? The concept of it being a whole cohesive story is not a bad one. But the success of the first 3 chapters that he made caused him to fail in all of his future endeavors because he was trying to apply what he had learned rather than be a creative visionary anymore, The Disney shows have been okay. I mean, I thought The Mandalorian, I watched it for a while, and I stopped watching it, which, shows you. It's like there's a lot of better shows out there that I don't stop watching. Like, for example, I don't know what made me stop watching this one this morning. Did I finish that episode? This is my favorite. This is my favorite of the new season. I stopped it right here. I might have to rewatch this episode from the beginning. Why Raylena ended up at the Duke's mansion is so good. It's a girl cartoon for sure, but I mean it's like central to it is a love story between the girl and the Duke, but and that's not necessarily inherently my favorite kind of isekai. But I've seen a number of them that are quite good like that.
I like them. I like relationship sort of stories.
Yeah, well, that one's very much a relationship story. I'm also watching another one that I like a lot called The Galaxy Next Door, which is a relationship story. The difference between the Ewoks and Jar Jar, though, Mr. Bobby, is that the Ewoks spoke an incomprehensible, cute language. Jar Jar spoke pidgin English for some reason. And the Ewoks were adorable furry little creatures. And Jar Jar was some gross, like, scrotumy looking thing. I mean, those differences matter quite a bit. Whatever his reasoning. If if you're providing your reasoning for why you made that artistic choice and trying to justify it as a good one, then very rarely can you make a controversial artistic choice that is correct. Who would criticize the Ewoks? What's there to criticize about them? They're cute, they're adorable. They use tree technology to knock down Imperial Skywalkers that for some reason are walking through the forest. They're great. What's not to like about Ewoks? They think C-3PO is a god, but they don't really take it seriously until he demonstrates his power by levitating a bunch of shit. Then they obey him because he has shown them that he is mighty and will punish them if they do not obey. And so the Ewoks adorably obeyed under threat of violence. And it was very touching when that one Ewok died.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And the other Ewok said, "Oh, oh." So, big difference between Ewoks and Jar Jar. Any comparison between Ewoks and Jar Jar is, right off the bat, a huge stretch. Oh, sure, you could do some sort of, feminist, anti-colonialist critique of exploitation of the savages, the portrayal of the savages as such, and but you know what? Fuck you. I don't see you out there killing any Imperial stormtroopers, but the Ewoks did, so maybe you should shut up. That's what I say about that. Oh, sure, if you were to critique the Ewoks, you'd say, this is just George Lucas's affirmation of the old colonial idea that we need to civilize the savage world and Christianize the heathens. Oh, sure, you could paint it in that brush. But you know what? Fuck off. An actual quote from George Lucas. Jar Jar, he's the key to this all when making Phantom Menace.
Oh my god.
I mean, it's like, and I remember at the time, he continued to insist that it was a good idea to appeal to kids, whatever. Actually, in my testing, some demographics of kids ages 3 to 3.5 like Jar Jar. Okay. I know everybody out there in the world is screaming, we don't like Jar Jar. But listen, you're wrong. You do. You do like him. You like him a lot. Even if you don't, kids love him. The kids are like, we don't like him either. Yes, you do. Some of you kids really love Jar Jar. We don't know anybody who likes Jar Jar. I do. I know a lot of people who like Jar Jar. If I could create a character species, what would it be? It would be a bipedal Venus flytrap. And one of the problems with being a traveling companion is every mealtime when you're hungry. Hold on, everybody sits completely still. And then you actually be there while it waits for a fly to land on it. I think that'd be a good character. It's got the body of a human, but the face of a Venus flytrap. And head of a Venus flytrap. And periodically, when it encounters people who are fly related races, they go, "Oh my God, what is that intoxicating smell?" And then the Venus flytrap person has to go, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Watch out! I'll eat you if you jump into my face." I try not to eat any sentient flies. But that aroma, it's so enticing. I know. Well, you're a smart fly, so you should be able to get over it. You should be able to resist the temptation. I'm just going after regular flies. Because look, let's put it this way. If you get up in my face, it's going to end up one of two ways. Either I eat you, or it's sexual assault.
Wow.
So just, I know you're a fly person and you find my intoxicating smell intoxicating, but just do not try to climb onto my face.
Mosquitoes?
No, fly people.
Oh, fly people.
Mosquitoes. Unfortunately, Venus flytraps, their smell is not intoxicating or drawing you in to mosquitoes.
I'll let the daddy long legs hang around. I actually haven't killed one on purpose.
I don't care if you do.
I'm not gonna.
What I want to do is I want to shoo them outside where they can do their job properly.
Yes, that's what I want too.
There aren't any mosquitoes in here, so there's no reason for them to be in here. Okay, no. Both these cats. It's like, I'll get like a food here, a drink, whatever, some weed ground, ready to roll a joint, and then the cat will come sit right here.
Yep. And like when we're eating too,
Yeah.
like Chubba will be like,
Girl wants to get right up into both of our food.
yeah. But then we give him pieces of it and he doesn't even eat
He
it.
doesn't want it. He just wants to be involved in the process of eating.
Yeah.
Did I like that Star Wars Christmas movie with Chewbacca family? I've never heard of that.
A lot of people like the Mandalorian.
I thought it was okay.
That was alright.
I mean, it wasn't good enough to keep me watching it.
After the kind of Baby Yoda hype, it kind of died down a lot.
Well, it was good for that kind of thing, but it just shows you how bad that kind of thing has gotten. I mean, you can tell it's art by committee. I don't want my noodles to be interesting. I'm perfectly happy with uninteresting noodles. What I think I would like, though, is a beverage. Maybe first I want a bong rip. I think I'm going to have to go to the car to retrieve the 12-pack of iced teas that are in the car. I'm not sure there's any way of avoiding that. First, let me pull a bong rip. We'll call it an exploratory bong rip. The reason this is an exploratory bong rip is because I'm exploring the possibility of pulling more bong rips after this. Thank you, my wonderful saint.
You're welcome. I love you so much.
I love you so much. No, I wasn't smoking ramen. Smoking weed.
I like my ramen smoky.
And may I just say, my parents, neither my parents nor my grandparents, ever used the silver that I can remember for anything. Okay? I don't remember either. This is my grandmother's silver. I don't remember either her or my parents ever using the silver for anything. You know what we use it for? Silverware.
For everything.
Like a sensible human being would. Why are you not using the silverware for silverware? But this spoon here was the most delightful. Well, it's one of a couple of delightful things in the silver set. This is such a good drug spoon. If we were talking about cocaine or something, they need a smaller spoon than this. But for our purposes, like rolling joints and stuff, packing bowls, this spoon is perfect. I have never been so pleased by a spoon before as I am by this spoon right here.
I'm so glad. It really has come in handy.
I mean, it's the sort of thing that you don't know how badly you need a spoon like this until it's too late. Until you have one. And then you can't even conceive of going back to a time without a little spoon. Look how well this fits here. I'm just gonna repack this bowl so I can show you all just what a great little spoon it is. Okay. All right. There's the thing. Okay. Good. Now. All right. So this is the bong right here. This is kind of confusing if it's got all this other stuff around it. Oh. Our lazy Susan just looks like a lazy Eric to me. Anyway, let me unpack this bowl so I can re-demonstrate how great this spoon is. Okay. So, oh no, there's only a little bit of bleed left in the grinder. What am I gonna do? No problem. The spoon is the perfect size to scoop it up with. And look at this. It's also the perfect size to put it in here. It's just perfect all around. That's the best spoon ever. It's an ice cream sampling spoon. Is that what it is? I wonder, like why does the silver set come with these little spoons? Like, what are they supposed to be for? Probably, I assume they're for stirring coffee, maybe.
Or like some sort of seafood. No, the small
like
forks. The small forks, I think, are for
For
seafood.
seafood. But you could potentially do that with like sea anemone or foie gras or something.
Yeah, or like caviar.
Yeah, or caviar. One of those little spoons would be for that. Ice cream sampling is a good idea for it too. But
It is.
it is important that we only use all the silverware exactly for what it's designed to be used for. The other day I caught Rachel using a salad fork on something that wasn't salad. Boy, I gave her a stern talking to.
I wasn't raised in high society. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the problem is I can't tell the difference either. So I was really just shooting in the dark there. Are you going to confirm or deny my correctness based on your guiltiness? You know what? That's overset. Actually, had some pretty cool things in it. I'll show you guys. Oh, you use pearl spoons for caviar, not sterling. It throws the taste off. You gotta be pretty fancy. This is one of my favorite spoons from the silver set. There's this little ladle here. This is a good little ladle. Good for ladling shit. You got like regular knives like this, right? But they're pretty sharp, but they don't have any serration on them. And like, what's this spoon for? What's this little ladle for? In case whatever you're ladling doesn't need this much ladling. You need this much ladling. Yeah, these little forks are for like shrimps or shrimp cocktails or something like that, you know. And then these little knives. This is for cutting little food. If you have, the smaller your food is, this part comes out, and then like we got all of these little knives, right? Look, it's a pie getter. In case you need to get some pie, you get it with this thing here. If you're really fancy and you want to get some pie, you can get it with this.
Gyro says also good for lasagna or deep dish pizza.
Then there's this big spoon, which is not a little ladle, nor a big ladle, nor a regular spoon. I'm not sure. This one seems to be from a different set, maybe. I'm not sure. It's like by itself. I've seen duplicates of that one. Oh, well, there's these two. These go together, obviously. These, I think, qualify as salad tossers. So, if you want to toss your salad fancily, you go like this. But I could be wrong. They could be something else. But they seem like salad toppers.
Item 60.
And then we have another odd little ladle here too. This is like a flat ladle. Like if you want to just scoop the very top off of something, maybe. I don't know what you call this. I know I want to eat cereal with this. This seems like a good cereal spoon. Right? Can you imagine yourself eating cereal with a spoon? Think how fancy you'd feel. And you'd be like, damn, I'm having me some fancy breakfast. And in case we ever use all the wear out of our little spoon, we've got a this. If we use that little spoon so much, we got extras. Right. 4 extras. There might even be another one in here, so 5 extras. We've got 5 extras. So if we lose one of our little spoons, or if it gets destroyed by use, somehow, you scoop so much weed that it just wears down to nothing. Then I've got 5 extra ones right here. Wait. Oh, 6 extra ones, but this one's all gross and corroded looking. I think I gotta get that with some silver polish or something. I don't know. Anyway, those are the kinds of forks and spoons and stuff that you get with the silver set. Can you imagine, like, keeping this thing for decades, right? Generations, and never using it?
I don't think a lot of people use their silver.
I mean, why not?
I don't know.
If you're gonna get silver, the reason that silverware is good is because silver is like it's got magical properties like gold, you know. It's antimicrobial, like things can't live on it,
Oh.
and it's has no negative interactions with the human body at all. It's like a magical metal. That's the weird thing about precious metals. The precious metals are precious because they're rare. Okay, got that. But why is it such the case that they also have these other magical properties to them? Like gold and silver both are metals that you can ingest in your body and have no harm. You can have your teeth made out of gold or silver. No problem. You can't do that with any other kind of metal. You know. It's bad for you. Isn't that weird?
That is weird. I think this ring is silver because the guy was saying to me that he can run a magnet over it, and
it doesn't pick it up?
Yeah, something like that. Either it doesn't pick it up or
it does.
Yeah.
I don't know if silver's ferrous or not. Who knows? Is silver a ferrous metal? Meaning, is it picked up by magnetic picker-uppers? And what is a cornhole muffin really called? Will somebody answer that question finally?
A cornhole what?
Okay, well, look, it is the case that it's getting increasingly difficult to mine metals from the earth as the low-hanging fruit gets picked. True, but the metals don't disappear. Eventually, people start mining the landfills. You know, it's a lot easier than mining the earth. Yeah, well, the thing is, you were talking about stable. Why is silver so fucking stable? It's been $20, $25, somewhere right in there for since I was a little kid. I remember this conversation with my grandma when I was a kid. You know, that stable it's the stablest thing in the world in the sense that you're continually losing a little bit of value because $20 back then was a lot more than $20 is today, right? But did you start the laundry?
Yes.
Okay, that's what that noise was. Most stuff does. Precious metals don't. They don't lose value over time. They don't degrade. Part of the reason why they don't lose value over time is that they don't degrade, and that they're reshapeable infinite number of times. Like you can take a chunk of gold, you can make it into a ring. You can melt down that ring, you can make it into a little cube. You can melt down that cube, you can make it into a little triangle. You know, it's the softest functional metal, and it has legitimate value beyond just its rarity, in that it has lots of other things that make it special. It's unusually heavy, and all the interactions with the human body, right? It is untainted. It has none of the taint that of lead or iron. Lead and iron both have taint to them.
Oh yeah.
Lead, most obviously, is the most tainted of all metals because it's a it's a after it's a leftover. It's the poop of a radioactive process. Mercury, obviously, very toxic, very tainted. Heavy metals like that, very bad for you. You know, all that stuff is terrible for you. Not gold or silver. If you accidentally eat some silver, no harm at all. Some people drink colloidal silver for good health. And if you drink enough of it, apparently it makes you look a little bit blue in your coloring, supposedly. But other than that, there are zero negative health impacts from it. I don't think there are any positive benefits, like kooky, kooky people who, I think of that as one of those kind of kooky beliefs, right? People think, I'm going to do this weird thing that's going to help me, my health, for some reason, you know? Because silver is not bad at all or toxic for the human body. It has good antiseptic qualities. Like if you were to cover a wound with a piece of silver instead of a Band-Aid, it would have zero chance of infecting.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because of its that's just one of its qualities, right?
Wow.
So it makes it good silverware if you don't don't have good means to clean your shit, like back in the olden days, silver is excellent for silverware because it kills the germs for you.
Wow.
Yeah. Even though you don't even know that they're germs, but it is back in the olden days. If you suspect your constipated bear baby is a werewolf, try a silver suppository. Excellent. Excellent advice, Ruben. Excellent.
Oh, you're so silly. Do you want
This
one?
this is the kind of shit. This is the kind of shit. As soon as we get anything happening up here, one of the cats wants to get up here and get in the middle of it. Here, I'll push it out for you. Here. There, now you can get to it better. We accommodate these cats so much. As I've said before, I'll say it again. People could accuse Rachel and me of a lot of things. Nobody could ever say that we don't love our cats.
We love our cats so much that I can't help myself but pet them and kiss them.
Look how cute he is over there.
He's so cute.
Can you see him? He's made of kitty wonderfulness, gray and white and now awake. Hear the buzzer of the thing in the evening, and mom's gonna go. It's like, nah, not interesting enough to follow her. Seems dull. I'm just gonna stay here. All right, cool, Cameron. I already guesstimated 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and hoped I'd be pleasantly surprised by you arriving a little early. Worst case scenario, I'm mildly disappointed by you arriving late. In other words, it doesn't really matter what time you get here. To me. Rachel's been, of course, tidying up in anticipation of your arrival. So it's not going to be that gross when you get here. And we haven't been letting it get very gross in general.
No,
we do a pretty good job
I just.
keeping things clean. We're not letting this become the back house in Arcadia. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna say yes to the Roomba if that's okay.
Yeah?
It's great
Yeah.
upstairs.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, Cameron.
Thank you.
I saw you using those spoons for things they weren't designed for, and I had to stop trusting you both immediately. That's wise and fair. That is totally fair, to be expected.
Is that poor TE? What is
If
that?
a person can't even use their own silverware correctly, what can you trust them to do? Is that normal size? I can't tell if it's
so.
normal size or Zoom size. Cool. We'll look forward to seeing you. Did Delilah put together a hookup with you and her yet? Did she do that already? Hopefully. Okay. I could call her and confirm that too.
Yeah.
Anyway, if Delilah hasn't hooked up with you yet, if you don't mind holding off for just a sec. Oh, you did, yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Cam.
Wonderful news. Wonderful, wonderful news. So, anyway.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, I hope this question won't annoy you. I have stuff that I want, like more. I have more stuff that I'm going to give away for the yard sale thing. Um, like what range? I have no idea. Like
Everything you listen, each house is doing its own yard sale.
yes,
So all you need to do is decide, I don't want this.
yes, and I have.
And then put in the for the yard sale box.
Okay.
And then once we have everything we know that we're gonna sell at the yard sale, then a few days before the sale, we should put prices on things.
Okay. Okay.
You know. Cameron probably has a good idea of what things are worth too. We could ask him what he thinks those things would be charged
Yeah.
for.
Cause like
He does a lot more careful shopping and and selling of things than we'd ever do.
yeah, like I have no idea. Like a dress like I have a dress like this in brown that I just it doesn't work, and I don't know what to price it at. like I so
All right. Well, we'll worry about that later.
Okay.
That's the thing. We'll worry about all of that pricing stuff in one fell swoop right near the end.
okay.
And that way we'll have a time limit, which means we can't hum and haw about things too long, and we'll worry about it then.
Okay.
Doing the Roomba.
Doing the Roomba.
Yeah, Roomba is great. It has its advantages and disadvantages, you know. All told, they're called schmantages. You named it the toe cutter.
Oh no.
Does it cut your toes? Cameron, can you believe that there's what do you think about the fact that there's a lawnmower here in this house? This is not normal size. Yeah, that's normal size. What do you think about the fact that there's a lawnmower in our house?
Yeah, I wonder too, Cameron. What do you think about a lawnmower at our house? Being at our house.
In your informed opinion, is there any part of our house that should be mowed? Well,
Answer that.
the thing about lawnmowers is, in my mind, they're the least unpleasant of the gardening sounds. because the worst is leaf blowers. Second is weed whackers or edgers. Those are all higher pitched than lawnmowers. I think of the sound of a lawnmower as the least offensive of the Saturday morning sounds. My childhood, Saturday morning was the sounds of everybody out doing their yard work for themselves. You know, the man out there doing the yard work for themselves, not hiring gardeners, right? That didn't come till later. And you know, I remember when my dad introduced the leaf blower to me, prior to which I had used a rake like a civilized human being. I always felt conflicted. I always thought like it's not clear which of these is more efficient. To just rake them up, or I was always trying to find like figure out the most efficient way to do all this leaf getting that my dad made me do. You know, like should I pile a big pile up in the center and move everything from further away? Should I do a lot of little piles? Should I, you know, how and when should I incorporate a leaf blower into this whole equation? The leaf blower only works if I can have a corner in which I can blow everything into, and even then you're gonna miss some of the leaves. And if you mess up, you squirt all the leaves everywhere again. And there's not really a corner like that that's convenient to blow all the leaves into. And then it's like you might as well just get them with the rake. I have to stop in the leaf blower and pick out the leaves with my hand, and I might as well just get it all with the rake, you know? That began my lifelong hatred of leaf blowers. It didn't start out as a hatred. You know, it started out as, well, this is one tool is available and to get this stupid job done faster. I can't figure out how to incorporate it in a way that actually makes my job get done faster because it just seems to blow the leaves around everywhere. We don't have a good corner to blow them all into, you know. It just started out as this is not a very useful tool, or it's hit and miss whether I should just do it with this rake all or use this stupid thing. And it's graduated since then into a full throttle hatred of leaf blowers. I hate them with all of my heart.
Who was the original Mad Max? Was that
Mel Gibson.
It was Mel Gibson, huh? He hasn't been working much.
No, he hasn't.
I mean, right. I mean, I get it. Like, not a lot. He's like difficult to work with. Plus, he's like racist and shit.
He's just, he seems a little, mentally ill to me.
Yeah.
So, obviously, that's going to make him difficult to work with. It's probably always easier to pick somebody else.
Yeah. I heard though, I think from Mr. Bobby that they're coming out with another like Passion of the Christ, which he directed and wrote. I don't know if he wrote, but he directed.
The other Passion of the Christ. Passion of the Christ 2?
Yeah.
The resurrection?
I believe that there's gonna be another one.
Just when you thought the Christ couldn't get any more passionate. Passion of the Christ 2. Now the stakes are double. The show crazy. Boom, 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 boom. And they go with the hands. Now the stakes are double. That's right.
No way. It's literally called
Passion of the Christ 2.
2?
Oh, Passion of the Christ, the Resurrection.
You know why, right? They made a movie about it because it took him so long to actually rise into heaven.
It's like the movie starts, everybody's washing their hands. Well, he's dead. Let's go about our business. And then most of the movie is just them doing their daily tasks. And like on the third day, they're washing dishes. Hello.
Oh,
Wait a second. You were dead. I saw you get buried 3 days ago. Well, here I am. Not dead. All right. Okay, cool. So gonna go back to being a carpenter, I guess? Or...
I just can't. I will always picture it in my mind. That time that you described him as like floating up very slowly. Go look. He's beginning to rise.
It's gonna take a while, guys, so go about your business.
Don't worry about me. Wow, we were thinking this is gonna be. We didn't think anything, actually. We thought you were dead.
It wasn't missing all good. Who would have thought a resurrection could be so boring?
You know what? That, I bet. Because, like, the original one, the first one, did, like, really well in the box offices. And I think this one will, too.
It'll be about where Jesus was during the 3 days he was buried. That's a good concept.
That is a good concept.
That is a brilliant concept. Jesus Christ plus Weekend at Bernie's. You got a hit. You got a hit on your hands. JC's missing 3 days. I say he goes to Daytona Beach.
Yeah, I didn't see C.J. O'Connell, but from commercial, like the commercial, what do you call the trailer? I kind of got the sense that they were gonna focus more on the violence of it.
This is how I think 3 days went. Like, Jesus was like, well, I guess I'm finally dead. First of all, I'm no longer hung up on that stupid cross, and my arms don't hurt. Everything's gonna be fine. My junk's all there. Guess I must be dead. And God said, yep, you're dead now. And Jesus said, well, now what? And he goes, well, just take it easy for a couple of days. So, Jesus was just getting settled in on day 3, really. And God said, okay, time to go back to life. He said, I was just getting settled in here. And God just said, tough being you. And then that's when he rose from the dead.
That's when he rose from the dead?
Yeah.
Wow, after that?
Yeah, it was mostly pretty boring after that. They would really talk about what happens after, the life after he rose from the dead. Because what happened was he lived the rest of his life, then he died again. And that time he didn't rise from the dead.
That's the part no one talks about.
Yeah. Yeah, that time he just stayed dead like normal. But the first time he rose from the dead, he went back to work being a carpenter. He got into horse racing for a while. Camel racing as well. Because it was back in the olden days. They had races that pitted camels against horses. Until finally they realized the horses always win. Unfortunately, Jesus had a penchant for betting on the camels. He said, this time the camels got to do it. Well, maybe huge money in camel racing, but there's not huge money in betting on camels when they're racing against thoroughbred racehorses.
Apparently, camels just like walk around like the peacocks did in Arcadia in the Middle East.
Well, we aren't gonna let no large four-hooved beast of burden wander around on its own accord around here. Around here, if your hearses get loose, you're gonna see it on nextdoor.com.
Oh yeah.
Hey, somebody's hearses are in my yard.
Good way, but that is what we had.
Yeah. Your fence blew down and your hearses are in my yard.
C.G. O'Connell, what do you think of the Ten Commandments? My dad considers that to be like a fantastic classic, and we'll watch it every single year.
Until the second part, I thought you were asking him what he thought about the Ten Commandments. The actual Ten Commandments. Which I think is an interesting question. Like, what's your favorite commandment?
That is a good question. That's a good hard question. What's your favorite commandment?
What are the Ten Commandments?
We tried to figure that out. We don't know.
Let me look it
Thou
up.
shalt not kill.
Thou shalt not forget the Ten Commandments. Oh no, I forgot them.
No.
What are the Ten Commandments? Let's see. More items. Number 1. Thou shalt have no other gods before me, but you could still have gods after me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Don't worship your picture of something. Number 3, don't take the Lord's name in vain. That's maybe my favorite of the commandments. Number 4, remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy.
No one follows these anymore.
Number 5, honor thy father and mother. Number 6, thou shalt not kill.
I have a Mother's Day card that I still have to send.
Number 6 should say, thou shalt not murder. Number 7, thou shalt not commit adultery. Number 8, thou shalt not steal. Number 9, thou shalt not bear false witness. Number 10, thou shalt not covet. The best one is by far number 9.
Which one?
The reason number 9 is the best one is because it's narrowly construed. It doesn't say thou shalt not lie. It says thou shalt not bear false witness.
What does that mean?
Like to lie as testimony against somebody, or
So if you're
to use a lie against somebody is to
okay.
bear false witness.
Okay, so if you're on trial.
Yeah,
And
I
to
testified that I saw you do this, but I didn't really see that. That's bearing false witness. The thing is, because, and I love it because it's not the case that you should never lie. It's not saying that one. Unlike what it says here, its explanation. This one is about honesty. If you lie to someone, you are bearing false witness and may cause harm to yourself and to others. First of all, that last bit's irrelevant, and oh god, talk about misconstruing the language entirely. The huge difference between lying and bearing false witness against thy neighbor. In other words, lies intended to defame or harm somebody are always a sin. Other lies are not necessarily always a sin. Just like I hate lies, but I acknowledge that they are not the equivalent of a rights violation, right? So they don't have the same kind of moral liability. Number 9 recognizes this. Only in instances where you're bearing false witness against somebody do they have that equivalency. In those instances, it's always a sin. So that's a really brilliantly construed commandment, and ignore this bullshit explanation underneath it. Number 10 is not thou shalt not covet. It says thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. What's that fucking conveniencing your 10 commandments for me, bitch? Okay, numbers 1, like 2, 3, 4, or all you just call them 1A, B, and C. But really, 1 is the only one that matters. 2 doesn't matter if you uphold 1. 3 doesn't matter if you uphold 1. 4 doesn't matter if you uphold 1. So it doesn't matter. 5, honor thy father and mother is just bad commandment. You should provide them as much honor as they deserve. You know, if you got shitty ass parents, you should not be honoring them. You should be condemning them. And number 6, thou shalt not kill. Too broadly construed. It should say at least thou shalt not kill people.
how about
Preferably unlawfully kill people.
yeah?
If it were construed properly, it would say thou shalt not unlawfully kill people. So, there, I fixed the 10 commandments for you. You just get rid of 2, 3, and 4. They're just nothing. Keep number 1. We just pare it down to 1. What's 10 minus 7? 3 is 7. 7 commandments. We only need 7 of these commandments, okay? And yes, it is true you should not covet your neighbor's wife. You should be enjoying your own wife. Not thinking about your neighbor's wife.
Like, but I'm surprised. Okay, so like I get that. That's a good commandment to live by. But like, why was God thinking about neighbors?
Well, the term is broadly used to express your equal citizens.
Oh, I see. Not literally.
Not
like,
literally next to neighbors.
Oh, that makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah, I am correcting it. I'm not correcting God. I'm correcting whoever wrote down this account that there were 10 commandments. There should be 7 commandments. And really, get rid of honor thy mother or father, or edit it by saying honor your mother and father to the extent that their behavior warrants such respect, you know?
Yeah, like honestly, yes, I did forget to mail my mom and Mother's Day card, and yes, it is what, almost 2 weeks.
And what you need to remember, Bobby, and everybody else, is God didn't write the Bible. Idiots did. People much dumber than me, with much less access to contemporary amounts of wisdom, wrote the Bible. So of course it needs to be corrected.
I don't feel like bad about. I mean, I feel guilty for not sending it like right away, but like I don't like honoring my mom because she doesn't honor me. So fuck that noise.
That's fair. I was surprised that you wanted to send her a card, actually. I guess that's just FE
That's
tool.
a futile thing. I should have really not even done it because it's well, whatever.
Well, I'm glad they decided to postpone Memorial Day for a week.
Me too. I really was like, oh my god, time is going by so fast. Hey, Bouger.
Well, I was lucky to find out early to get the trash cans out because, you know, our trash people, you never know when they're going to show up. It could be in the morning, could be the afternoon. Earlier this morning, Rachel, we had quails.
I heard.
Yeah, they were right over there. Those little birds with a little thing on their head.
Oh, that's so cool.
Those little ground birds, you know.
I've never seen a quail before. We have so many woodland creatures.
I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to hunt the quails. I think California quails used to be endangered or something, or threatened. I don't know. There's probably plenty of them now, but laws are slow to change. Once an animal gets protected, it's going to stay protected long after the need for it to be protected, you know, which is fine. It's not a bad thing. But yeah, I think those quails were hunted close to extinction back in the 60s and early 70s. Of course, nowadays people have a lot different attitudes about hunting and fishing than they did when I was a kid. You know, when I was a kid, it was let's see how many fish we can catch. If you have a good day fishing, you catch 12 fish. You put them in the freezer.
You'd be like that one dude on Naked and Afraid who keeps on catching fish. You know, little fish.
Oh, those little fish?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's it's a little different because he needed all those little fish to get a meal, whereas we didn't even. We're trying to struggle to find uses for all of this fish that we catch. You know?
Yeah. They would just put the little fish on a skewer.
Nowadays, if I catch a fish, if I can, I'll just let it go. If it falls the hook or something, well, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Probably eat it. Maybe eat a little bit of it, you know, fry it in butter or something. If not, then, well, just leave a dead fish for the bears to eat or something. Or the vultures.
What about the cats?
Cats might enjoy dead fish for a little while, but I don't know if we really want the cats playing with the dead fish.
No, I mean like eating it.
Well, I mean, they might eat a little bit of it, I guess. That's a good point. They could eat some of it. The best thing to do with dead fish is to plant it near the bottom of a potted plant. And then your potted plant roots will go and get all the nutrients from the dead fish. I wish we had some marijuana seeds.
Yeah.
It's not like we need marijuana, but I like to grow it.
Yeah, I think we should.
We should order some.
Yeah, we should. We really should because I think they grow well here.
Sure. Look at all these other plants. They're doing fine.
Yeah. So well.
Yeah. We've got a lot of plants. They're doing just fine around here. And it doesn't look like the best soil to grow in, really. It's so clay. But the plants seem to manage.
They do. I mean, enough for an ESTJ to buy a lawnmower.
These woodland critters are
So,
so pleasing to me.
so pleasing.
I'm gonna have to get some more cutlets for them.
I feel a little selfish, but I would love a blue jay's feather.
There's a couple of them right over there in the dirt.
There are?
Yeah, at least one.
Can you show me?
Yeah, I'll show you right now. Okay, woodland friends, we've got to throw it all around here. Come get it. Cutlets for everybody. Cutlets for Lord. Anyway, there you go, squirrels and everybody. That's the more cutlets. So anyway, I'm pretty sure you can't shoot the quails. You might have to have a license to shoot the turkeys. I don't know. But what I do know is that ignoring whatever state of California might say, I have in my possession everything I need to shoot a turkey. I've got a rifle, I've got a .22 caliber bullet, and I've got turkeys around. However, as I mentioned before, if I ever decide to shoot a turkey, I'm going to aim for its head. If I can't hit it in the head, I figure, I guess I didn't deserve to eat that turkey. That squirrel over there, I don't know if you can see it. The first time I saw one of them lying down like that, I thought it was dead. I thought somebody had run over it or something. They just lie down like that. I'll get a closer view for you. Now, where is that squirrel? Can you see him? I can't tell if you can see him or not. He's over there. Okay? He's over there by the bush, kind of, but on the driveway. Do you see him? He's a little squirrel. First time I saw them, oh, now he moved. Never mind. The first time I saw them lying down like that, I thought it was dead because it was so flat. But that's just how they lie down. They lie down super flat like that.
That's so cute. I have to see that.
They're like all spread eagle, like they've been run over by a car.
Wow. Kind of like a cartoon.
Yeah. It sounds like they're still going at it. This project has been at for a couple of days, you know.
Yeah, like I'm wondering if it's their vacation home or their like regular home.
I'm not sure, but regardless, they decided this weekend, and sounds like on to today, to get this work done where they had to clear out all these fallen trees and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
They had a big ass burn going. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, where it's like, you know, if you saw it from a distance, you think, oh my god, there's a forest fire right there. It's like, but it was just like they had big ass freaking logs and made a big pile of them were burning it. They had two piles going concurrently. It's so nice to look at. Like, I'm just standing here about to go to the bathroom. I'm just looking through the dining room outside. You can't see outside. It doesn't show you for some reason. Anyway, just looking outside the forest there, and it's very pretty. I gotta go to the bathroom. Well, come in there. Little miss can't be wrong. Okay, I'm gonna turn up the air conditioning to 70 degrees. That's fair and reasonable. Ah, it's the sweet, sweet flavor of urine that is streaming from my penis into the water below. Oh yeah, 'cause I'm peeing and the stream is hitting the water below. It always feels good to pee. Cambodia. Is it possible I got it wrong on 2 accounts? I think it is possible. I got it wrong on 2 accounts. Originally, I said these mushrooms are called Colombians. Then I said, no, that's not right. They're called Mongolians. But you know what? I think they're actually called Cambodians. Let's look at the bag and see what they're called. It says on the bag. Cambodian. I knew it wasn't Colombian, but then I thought Mongolian. which geographically is closer to Cambodia than Colombia. But in terms of other similarities, well, in other words, they're both wrong. Shaming Catholicism? Is that the title of a porno? It should be the title of a porn channel. Shaming Catholicism. Do you think this is a phenomenon that ever occurs, really? The only person who I ever hear talk about any of this stuff, Bobby, is you.
How do you spell Adderall?
Adderall.
Thank you.
Spell it however you want. The answer is yes, I'd like some.
I'm thinking Delilah.
Oh.
Looking us up.
Yeah, that's good FE there, Lady Pants.
Thanks.
Some good FE. Good job.
I appreciate it. So I'm trying. I'm learning to be more like, instead of like just thinking about doing something, I'm trying to actually do it.
Well, you have genuine people in your life now.
Yeah.
They don't have any, like, ulterior motives or secondary things going on. And not some kind of subtextual battle happening every time you're having a conversation like with your mom.
Yeah, it's true.
Nor is there an odd relationship you have with your father who failed to prevent your mother from terrorizing you.
Mm-hmm.
It's all pretty sad.
But it turned out okay.
Because your current family's not like that at all.
Nope.
Your current family is me and Delilah.
Yeah.
Basically, that's it. Aunt Evelyn.
Yeah. Soldier.
It's a small family.
But it's a good people.
Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to let you know that I set up CRTEL to be a reoccurring payment.
Good.
And I'm going to do that with PG&E, but I've been having trouble, like, with the account, so...
You know, if you listen to what Les says, PG&E is terrible. Yeah. CJ, I'm with you. Let's not give imperialism or colonialism entirely a bad rap. It is the case that more civilized peoples came and took over the lands and ways of less civilized people. Savagery lost to civilization. Let's not forget that, right? It's better to be civilized like we are now talking on YouTube than scraping around the dirt in a fucking buffalo hide. Let's not forget that. I've got a great solution for mosquitoes. I go inside my air conditioned house,
That's a great solution.
and we spend so much attention on praise on native ways of repelling mosquitoes. First, we find a chunk of termite nest. We burn that near us, and then we acquire these flowers and we rub their oils on our skin because we're so dumb we don't know how to make a house.
What did they live in?
I don't know, like teepees or just lay on the ground or whatever. I don't know. Bunch of fucking savages. Live in a cave, follow around animals. Like, this is our life. We follow around these animals. Why are you following them around? Why don't you keep them inside of a cage and kill them at your convenience? Like civilized people do, you know? Who wants to move around all the time? Instead of respecting the herds of the buffalo, why don't you just make a square, put some fences, keep your buffalo in there, control when they mate with each other. You got unlimited supply of buffaloes, you don't gotta walk anywhere. That's called civilization. Civilization is hard to say. Civilization is a difficult word to squeeze fucking into.
So, like, I have kind of. Wow, this is gonna. So, like, it's more based in good to be a religious Jew. I mean, like, I don't.
But they take a different approach towards, it's like, I think he's talking about proselytization.
Oh.
They're the anti-proselytizing. They don't come to you and say, "Come be a Jew."
No.
Say, we don't want you. We don't want you to be a Jew.
Yeah, they do.
No, you can't be one.
No.
Please, no. Sorry, you're not a Jew. You're not a Jew. What can I do?
Yeah, exactly. No.
Oy vey, you're not a Jew.
Yeah, and it's through the mother too. So, like, if your dad is Jewish, but your mom isn't, then like you're still not really considered to be Jewish.
I don't think there are any Jewish missionaries. No, I don't think there are any Jewish missionaries. Because, like, Jewish people see Judaism as like a race, kind of.
Yeah.
Rather than just a set of beliefs.
Right. Like.
It's like, oh, I want to be a Latino. Hey, sorry, Jesse. You're not a La Raza. It's like that kind of thing, you know?
It's true. Yeah. Like, the ESFJ that I dated, he is Jewish.
His name, Lahoyam? I hope so. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt your story.
Okay. Yeah, like, I don't know, but I learned about Judaism. But it's again, like, I don't know, whatever. Like, they were just like any other, like, people who follow a religion. Like, they follow these rules of the religion of being Jewish, and they don't know shit about why. Also, I did also learn what Eric said about, like, they take it as a race. Like, I'd always be like, oh, so you're Jewish, but like, what nationality? And they'd be like, I'm Jewish. And I'd be like, well, like, where did your, like, where were you, where's your heritage from? But
my grandparents were Jews from Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan is where we came from, but we're Jews. Jews are the same everywhere. Um. Anyway,
Yeah, that's really
as with
wonderful.
all race stuff, of course, it's nonsense.
Oh my god. Do Jewish people have like Jewish names like
L'chaim?
yeah, like that exactly like how like like Chinese and like I know Greek people who have like American names, but they have Chinese names too, or
My name's L'chaim Goldstein. Ethno supremacy? Oh. God chose your ethnicity to be supreme? Well, even God can't make a real distinction between different races because there is none to be made. You can't ask God to do that, which is logically impossible. You can arbitrarily draw lines here and there for whatever random reason, but there's no actual race that you're delineating. There's the Eric race. That's like the best race.
That's the best race.
One person, man. Rachel gets to be an honorary Eric because she's like my friend. Delilah also honorary Eric.
Yeah, she even displays Eric.
Yeah, she's more Eric-y than Eric in a lot of ways.
I really love when she lived at Candace's family's house. They would call her, oh, what is it?
Eric Jr.?
Eric Jr., yeah. Little Eric or something.
That's what Melinda started calling Delilah before she even talked, was Eric Jr. She didn't like her. Like, stop being like your father, Eric Jr.
Wow.
Yeah. She's a terrible mother.
Yeah. Me and Delilah have that in common. Share that.
Yeah, well, the good thing is I separated successfully Delilah from her mother for a good 6
That
or
is
7
true.
years,
That
you
is
know.
true. Yeah.
Because Delilah's mother was, at least she was cool enough to know she wasn't interested in being a mother. It wasn't
Right.
until Ray came around and insisted that she restore this relationship with her daughter, you know?
Really?
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, it's like, okay, now I have to make a show of something approaching equal time occasionally, you know? You know, she lives here and goes to school here and lives way over there. And that lasted for a few years, you know. Delilah hated going over there.
Oh, that
But
stinks.
I couldn't prevent it. Well, that's why Delilah says, when her mom, that she gets money from her mom, and she always refers to it as reparations.
It is. It's good. It's good she gets money from her mom. She deserves it.
I just love the fact that she calls it reparations.
It's wonderful. You have such a wonderful daughter.
You really do.
Yeah.
I don't know how I got so lucky to have such a wonderful daughter, Delilah.
Oh.
We were a good match as
Yeah.
as a child raiser and a child being
Yeah.
raised. ENTP raising an ESTP.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's always fine to, it's always a good job raising your kids. You just love them intensely and unconditionally. And want the best for them and everything. but it helps when you're both FI polar TI tool. You both have the same operating procedures. The scriptures speak of believing Jews and unbelieving Jews.
Believing Jews and unbelieving Jews? ESTP.
Believing Jews, because I believe in Jews.
ISFJ. Which is P. So relations of supervision. If Melinda's ISFP.
I think so.
So, I think you're right. ISFP is the supervisor and ISTP is supervisee. So that would make
She's
sense.
ESTP though.
ESTP. I'm sorry, I always do that.
ESTP is the supervisee,
Yeah.
and her mom's a supervisor.
Yeah. So that makes sense why she wouldn't want to go over to Melinda's.
Oh, I mean, she's
Not
besides,
as
she's just a shitty mother, you know.
Yeah,
Forget about typology. She's just a shitty mother,
I know.
and not a very good person, you know. A serial cheater.
That's terrible.
Very much proof of my poor decision making in terms of the emotional landscape of my history. But it worked out for the best because I got a child out of it who's the hero, you know.
Yeah, she's a hero.
Why is Ben Shapiro so interested in trans people? He's just interested in views. That fucking sellout. That's the thing about us. That's what it means to be a sellout. You know? You have some chops to talk intelligently about politics. But you go for red meat divisive shit. Shame on him. He's not a dumb guy, right? He can be correct about politics if he tries. What's so wrong with being divisive? I mean, the point is, we're all one team of Americans who are trying to figure out how to proceed forward as a country in changing times. We're all in the same boat, regardless of whether we want to hate half of the boat arbitrarily or not. Being divisive isn't a real thing. It's not saying, here, this is a real problem that you can solve here. It's just causing you to demonize a group that doesn't exist and blame them for problems without actually having to do anything that has any solvency to it at all. That's what's wrong with being divisive. It's uncivilized. It's the opposite of civil discourse.
Yeah, absolutely. And they used to say in the Civil War era that united we stand, divided we fall.
But most importantly, Mr. Bobby, it's not about me being loved or hated. We're talking about the public discourse. It's about what's good for the country.
Right, it has to be.
I do recognize that it would be better for the country if I could find a way to express these very true truths that I speak in a way that was more palatable to others. But you will note that no matter how unpalatable my delivery may be, it is never divisive. I'm never trying to blame some made-up group or some current trend in certain circles of ideology or whatever. I'm not trying to make that into a big alarmist hootenanny. I'm doing the real work of public discourse I'm talking about, and I'm being civilized and explaining things. There is no group, like you say, right? The group that you say, you keep forgetting the fact that we are a bunch of individual American citizens. Just as you and I are having a discussion right here, so too do those people in this imaginary group of yours, right? Yes, they're a Democratic Party. Yes, there's a Republican Party. People rarely vote along party lines. There's incredible dissent within those groups. Certainly, they're not monolithic or dictating to people what they believe or say or do any more than you or I are having that dictated to us. Think. You know, you have at least you have your own experience to reference. You know that you're not being told what to think, and that when you are, by me, you're not listening to me. So why do you give everybody else so little credit? Is everybody else so much dumber than you, Mr. Bobby? Is that why? You're the only one who can have his own thoughts and opinions and not be controlled by some media giant? I mean, come the fuck on. Think. It's like your conspiracy shit. You keep missing the point. It doesn't matter how many different angles you come across it, you're still missing the fucking point. You're trying to present a problem that doesn't have a concrete actuality and can't be solved so that you can fret about it and fuss about it. Well, that's called un-American shittiness. So fuck off. Remember, bullshit and stupidity are un-American. That's the important thing to remember. Bullshit and stupidity are un-American. On this not Memorial Day, I will remind you. It's unpatriotic to be so stupid. So knock it the fuck off. Everything you say about society and everything is so far removed from any actual public policy, any actual law, right? Anything that civil society can actually deal with is concrete. It's just all in your fucking head. I mean, the thing is, too, Mr. Bobby, you're here, around here. You're hearing correctness all the time. And how you are stubbornly persisting in your wrong frame of reference in the face of the relentless correctness of being around me all the time is astonishing. You have to be the most stubborn-minded person in the history of the world. And yet you assume everybody else is so weak-minded that they're influenced by everything they hear to determine what they think and feel about stuff. That they're easily gathered together into a monolithic group that all follows the same orders from some sinister man. You're insane, dude. This shit doesn't work like that. Just extrapolate out from yourself and realize how fucking stubborn people are.
Hi, butterfly. Hey. You enjoy flying around? You're
pretty butterfly. Yes, I see your wings. Oh, thank you for showing them to me more. If I had sugar, I would put it on my finger. I think we have sugar.
Yeah, we got sugar. I don't know if butterflies will land on your finger just because of that sugar on it, though.
You could, yes, they like sugar water.
Are they that good at identifying its location on
I
your
don't
finger?
know. So, like,
Because it smells like something.
yeah.
You should try it. Start dipping your finger in sugar water and see if one of these butterflies lands on it.
Okay. I hope it doesn't go away.
There'll be more around. There's a lot of butterflies around. That's a dragonfly. Don't worry, I'll keep it around here. I'll tell her.
Okay.
I'll keep it. I'll promise it egg and cheese platter.
Thank you.
Egg and cheese platter. There it goes. It's gone. The butterfly is blown far away because I promised it egg and cheese platter. I should tell Rachel never mind. Never mind, Rachel. It flew away.
If you see a ladybug, let me know too.
Okay. I saw a dragonfly while you were gone.
That's cool.
Yeah. Well, I didn't really have much of a plan for the day beyond take mushrooms and live stream.
That's good.
It seems to be nearing its conclusion at this point, I'd say. I don't know exactly how long that I took the mushrooms, but I'm not tripping especially hard anymore. I don't know if it's hard for me to tell how hard I'm tripping. For some reason. Should be easy to tell, but I don't know. Sometimes I seem to have trouble telling.
I feel like I can always tell.
You know, tell how hard you're tripping?
Yeah.
Can you tell how hard I'm tripping?
Sometimes. Well, yeah, like, I'd say when you're really tripping hard, the giggles come out more.
Yeah. So I was just thinking too, when I'm really tripping hard, I'm just laughing about some dumbass thing.
It's great.
We need to get a power washer. Maybe we should even run into town and get that before Cameron gets here.
Yeah.
Well,
Pump it
hey,
up. Pump it up.
is that your garbage truck?
Yes, it
Yes, it
is.
is. All right. My fears about it being Memorial Day were unfounded. It won't be Memorial Day until next week. I mean, they've got a whole week to worry about what I'm going to do next Monday. But we got ourselves a new problem. We got a trash getter who's found our trash. Probably a raccoon. Which means we're going to have to do what the we have to do what it's for. The reason we have that one big trash can, we're supposed to keep that in the garage, put all the kitchen trash in there, and then put the bags of kitchen trash into the little trash cans to take up to the street because they won't take the big trash can away. So we're gonna have to do that with any food trash. We're gonna have to keep it inside the garage because now that they've found our trash, that trash getter is gonna keep coming back to get more trash. Thank you, trash people.
Thank you.
Those are the good kind of trash getters.
Yes.
They come and take it away.
Yes.
The bad kind of trash getters, they just make a mess for her to clean up in the morning.
Pump it up.
There's a couple of Elvis Costello songs we added are great, aren't
They
they?
really are. I used to not think much of
Mm-hmm.
him, but those songs are great.
Yeah, they're fantastic. I was seriously thinking about hiding the receiver when the they're saying things that I can hardly believe. They really think we're getting out of control. Radio, it's a sad salvation. Radio is searching back the nation. There's any choice because they think that it's treason. So you had better do what you were told. You'd better listen to the radio. That's a great song. I want to bite the hand that feeds me. The bridge is perfect, right? I want to bite that hand so badly. I want to make them wish they'd never seen me. All of my friends overwhelmed with indifference and the promise of an early bed. And everybody else is overwhelmed by indifference and the promise of an early bed. So either shut up or get cut up. They don't want to hear about it. It's only inches on the reel to reel. And radio is in the hands of such a lot of fools trying to anesthetize the way that you feel. Radio, it's a sad salvation. It's a great song.
It is. And you should sing that when we do karaoke.
I sing that one pretty good.
Yeah, you really do.
I always sing along with it when it's in the car. We play it in the car.
Cool. I'm going to definitely sing a LCD sound system song.
We should do. We should karaoke do. Eat, sleep, repeat.
Oh my god, if they have that, oh my god.
That'd be great.
And on, and on, and on. I like it. I like it.
I like the lighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Bum, 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 bum. That's a great song.
I have a new respect for Fatboy Slim.
Me too. Is that Fat Boy Slim too?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also the Funk Soul Brother.
Yeah. Right about now. We should put that on.
Yeah, and also the other one we have
Funk
on
Soul
there.
Brother.
What's the other one?
I have to praise you.
Yeah, that's a great song,
That
too.
is.
Yeah, I agree with you. I all of a sudden have a new appreciation for him as well.
Yeah.
And I'm frustrated by the fact that that Daft Punk song is not remastered.
I like surprised that it's not remastered.
Remember we were listening to it and it was all
Yes.
low and I kept trying to turn it up
Yes,
higher
I
and
know.
and then the next song came on and it was booming, so
Mhm.
you know it just needs to be remastered.
Yeah, which is surprising because Daft Punk is like
I know.
they're huge.
They're huge, right? And that song's huge.
Yeah. Cool. I
There
like.
might be another version of it. I might just pick the wrong version or something, you know.
Do you like the Kanye version?
Yeah, that's okay.
I do too. Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
But I don't think it improves on the original.
No. I think it's a separate thing, kind of.
Yeah, it's just kind of a separate thing. It's good.
That don't kill me. Lonely make me stronger. I need
I think it was a smart choice of his.
It was.
You know, he knows what's good.
Yep. He's ENFJ artistically. They make good decisions.
Yeah. But, you know, he's also kind of enamored with his mental illness.
Yeah. I definitely understand that.
You know, it's totally treatable, but the person's going to want to be treated for it.
Yeah, and there's no doubt that it's mental illness, because some of the things that he's said, like I've said myself when in manic states, I think he uses it as an excuse, sort of like I'm so creative, that's why I think this way, but like that's like mania talking.
Yeah. We have a little ashtray fire going on over here.
Oh. And that when that video came out, oh, that was like legendary.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You've been a long, long way together. Through the hard times and the good. I have to celebrate you, baby.
I have to praise you like I should.
I have to praise you.
That's a great song. Okay. I think I'm ready to bring this stream to an end. Eric just gets hung up on a groupist nefariousness. Like, this group is doing X. He doesn't like it because it's too broad and it's kind of true. Right. The point is, it's a way of avoiding dealing with policy in a meaningful fashion. You're saying, we can't begin actually having any serious discussions about politics because in reality, we got to worry about these nefarious groups doing things. We don't actually have any control over our own, or we don't have any agency. Now, we know this is false because we can look at it at the local level. Look how much agency Mariposa County has. Whether or not this corporation is going to build a KOA in Mariposa County is a matter of significant public dispute and discourse, right? We forget that America is upside down in its focus. To the extent the taxes should go anywhere, it should go most to the local level and least to the federal level. right? So, and we can look at our own experiences around us, and we can see among different localities how much autonomy different localities actually have and how people live. We have to periodically look at the actual things around us, right? Our actual lives, the lives of people we know, and and do something other than be gesturing at some nefarious cloud of nonsense going on. That has no solvency, right? You're going to continue avoiding dealing with real things because you're so worried about this bullshit. Whether it's true or not, you're not dealing with politics correctly. You know, it's like do actual political discourse and work, and then if this nefarious group steps in to prevent you from actually accomplishing something, well, then let's talk, right? But instead, you don't want to ever do anything meaningful or accomplish anything intellectually, discursively at all, because you just want to talk about these nefarious groups. And that destroys civil discourse. So yeah, it's bad and evil what you're doing. And bad for civilization. And you deserve to be shamed for it. And that's why I do. The point being, it doesn't matter if these groups are really doing whatever. We care about our business as citizens in a civil democracy, as we should. And if we encounter these kind of things, then we make a big think about it when we encounter it. We don't make a big think about it before we have any fucking standing. Just like court. Have standing before you fucking make a case, you know? It doesn't matter if what you're saying is true if you have no standing. That is to say, you have no specific instances that you can refer to of them harming you and inducing liability accordingly. If you're just wasting your breath. The most critical takeaway from this is it doesn't matter if you're right, you're still doing everything wrong.
We are North Americans gone. I want to sing that at karaoke.
What if they do step in though? And I think there's more ability to do that than people are made to think. But what if you get stopped from doing good for doing good? Well, then that's when I will have standing. I mean, and look what happened to Jordan Peterson when idiots tried to stop him from enforcing a reasoned approach to pronouns. He had skin in the game. He had standing. He made a big stink about it, and it became a big issue, right? That's what happens. It's called having standing. So yeah, fight back against shit. But it's like intellectually we have to be like the cops. Don't go looking for problems. Wait for problems to call you. You have to operate under the assumption that things are on the level until you encounter instances directly, and then you gotta call bullshit about it, obviously. Now, Jordan Peterson was in Canada where things are stupid. So, that's Canada for you. Here we value something called free speech a little bit.
Even South Park makes fun of Canada.
The point is, if you're talking about serious hot button issues, note the following. How many of these hot button issues have pieces of legislation actually about them in progress or presented, proposed even? If you want to talk about those pieces of legislation, great. Oppose those pieces of legislation all you want. Make all your arguments then. If you're just talking about the issue in general, you've been captured by some ideologue's bait chum trail. You're just following an ideologue's chum trail. That's what you're doing. Don't you ever forget it. Just every time you start saying these things, I want you to picture yourself behind a boat following an ideologue's chum trail. When you're so worried about everybody else is doing, talk about projecting.
What is projection?
It's like, me going like, I'm super much a team player and cooperative and never argumentative at all. So these people are insisting on being so argumentative with me all the time. When really it's me arguing. That's projection. Mr. Bobby's projecting onto the populace a stupidity that, as far as I can tell, only he displays. So stop it. It's annoying. You're better than that. You don't need to get caught up in these fucking conspiracy theories, some of which may be true, but the problem is they have no resolution. Like, I'm firmly convinced 9/11 was an inside job, but it has no resolution, right? There's no amount of research you can do that will resolve the question definitively. It'll just continue bathing in your anger. Obviously, shady shit's going on, right? Jeffrey Epstein's suicide, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Honestly, that guy's ego is so big, he wouldn't kill himself. That's...
Yeah, and he was obviously killed to silence him.
Yeah, right, exactly.
There's no disputing that. And people high up covered it up successfully that nobody got in trouble for it, right? And that sucks ass. Those are real concrete things we can be mad about. But remember that there's nothing we can do with those. No place we can go from there, right? We have to continue behaving as civilized people in a civil democracy do. And when we follow the appropriate route to power and we encounter these kind of nefarious agents behaving non-transparently, purportedly in the name of the U.S. government, but without any check or balance, then we call bullshit and we bring it out into the light of day. That's what we do. We don't go back asswards at it like you do. And most importantly, we need to avoid calling the nefarious people who do nefarious things anything other than criminals. They have no other group than that, okay? You want to afford them a group name other than criminals, you're a problem.
So, I was talking actually about having karaoke here.
You know, I didn't agree with CJ that Ben Shapiro is lame. I said Ben Shapiro has the capacity to do intelligent discourse about politics. He knows it, and he's purposely selling out. Very different. What's wrong with being divisive? And I answered the question, what's wrong with being divisive? In great detail. It's just enough with all the Hollywood this and Jews that and whatever. You know, it's like enough. It's ridiculous. We shouldn't want to pay attention to horrible things. We should have to when they interfere with our normal operations. You know, who wants to pay attention to horrible things? There are infinite horrible things you could choose to pay attention to in the universe. The point is, you shouldn't be paying attention to them until their horribleness interferes with your actual life in some way. Mr. Bobby watches me all the time and is obviously not influenced at all by me and his politics. he doesn't pay a goddamn bit of attention to me. So obviously, CJ, it doesn't matter who he watches. He's chasing data that plays into this kind of rabbit hole anger thing he's got going on. I mean, I've been there myself. I've been rabbit hole anger guy before. I feel you, Bobby, on that. Okay? There's a lot of stuff to be angry about. You're not especially good, I think, at distinguishing between false trails and real trails. So, well, I wouldn't advise anybody to go down that hole of researching a bunch of conspiracy stuff, which I have done myself. I wouldn't advise anybody to go down that hole. The most important thing to remember is the actual conspiracy people, the CIA, for example, who conspire for a living, they pump out all kinds of disinformation shit out there, so you can't tell, like, to discredit the idea that there's a conspiracy. I've been down the hole, sure. I'm an expert at navigating those holes, and you are not. So what I'm telling you is, yes, there are conspiracies going on, and you are following their chum trail just like they want you to. You're not smarter than those people conspiring disinformation campaigns. I am, but you're not. Yeah, I'm a whole connoisseur.
Tell me something about holes.
Well, you emerge from them with your head full of things to be possibly angry about, none of which is definitive, none of which is determinate, all of which paints a vague picture towards Mia. And even if you could establish it definitively in some way, there's no real public court of opinion that's gonna evaluate the question fairly. And so you end up being you get tossed around this masturbatory anger politics machine that rewards itself with feeling justifiable righteous anger. So the alternative to that is to take a dispassionate approach towards actual public policy, like I do, and to get mad at that nonsense. Because it doesn't matter if there's something there. Yeah, there's stuff there. There's lots of stuff there. There's lots of shady fucking bullshit there. And the pile that you're digging in is a pile constructed for you by the very people who are guilty of the shady bullshit you're trying to uncover, and you're fooled by it. I became quite the expert at distinguishing between instances of manufactured disinformation and actual information about 9/11. I became quite an expert at distinguishing them. There was definitely a flood of manufactured pieces of disinformation that had bits of truth in them that were designed to undermine the legitimacy of any actual investigation into 9/11. I'm convinced of it for sure. But you'll notice that I don't waste my time feeling mad about it. I recognize that until and unless I'm in a position of power where I can do something about that kind of thing at that level, then there's no point in getting mad about it. Because they're an entire industry who's actively producing disinformation, it's almost impossible for you to ever get to the truth of something. So you have to accept that reality that if there's an inside job in the United States executed by the CIA or NSA, let's say, that's nefarious at all, like say 9/11, that it's going to come along with a hurricane of disinformation
I got it.
created by that same agency, guilty of the nefarious meow. So that's why it's very much important not to get caught up in their little game there. They want you to be digging around their pile of made up shit. Oh, cool. Some little bits of which have truth to them. It's exactly what they want you to do. I feel like you're getting closer and closer to the truth. That was up there. It's walking away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Turkeys are pretty shy. They're not like peacocks. They know they can get shot.
Yeah.
They don't have that brazen cock of the walk attitude that peacocks have. The quails were also quite shy. 100% Eric regarding false ops conspiracy theories. What do you mean? You're saying you 100% agree? Is that what you say 100%? I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. Is it supposed to mean that was 100% Eric, what I said? Or do you agree 100% with what I said regarding false ops and conspiracy theories? Sometimes 100% is ambiguous. It could mean multiple things. Always, of course, it requires the question 100% of what? 100% of the cheese? In this case, I'm guessing misfortune means 100% of the agreement. So I'm going to say yes. The 100% means 100% of agreement. That's the unit You gotta have a unit if your percentage is gonna mean anything. Yeah, there's a lot of that kind of shit going on in this fortune. Um, you can't you can't win an info war with a funded clandestine branch of government who's got many professionals working exactly at that. You know, you're gonna have a hard time winning that info war. They're gonna make sure it's hard to distinguish truth from fiction, and they know the most important thing of all. It doesn't matter what's true if you can't prove it. And one way of making it more difficult to prove something is to throw out there a bunch of different alternate theories about it, each of which comes argumentationally as uh, a necessary but insufficient burden you have to meet, right? They're running nibs. In debate, we'd call that they're running nibs. We'd run a critique on it and say, you're nibbing, you can't do that. That's basically cheating. You're just arbitrarily assigning a bunch of necessary but insufficient burdens to our case. And I call bullshit. I also call it a votable offense. Your conduct in this debate is deleterious to the goodness and truth of discourse as a whole. Certainly, it's contraindicative of good policymaking, and thus the judge should vote for us on this violation. I'll read the formal shell now. That's what I say to that. But unfortunately, life's not a debate round, so the CIA likes to nib. They love to nib the fuck out of you. But all these alternate theories out there, now they're all necessary but insufficient burdens to affirm the truth. And before you know it, you're just buried in garbage. So, argumentationally, it's a dead end. You just the people who are hanging around those corners of the internet thinking about those things are just dogs chasing their own tails for their master's amusement, unaware that they're doing so. Mr. Bobby, I'm on your side too. I may be mean to you sometimes, say mean things or whatever, call you names, etc. But I'm on your side too. I mean, you're here all the time. So, if nothing else, you could say you've got incredibly great taste in the YouTube live streams. Like, out of the billions of people in the world, almost nobody has as good a taste in YouTube live streams as you do. Your taste is absolutely impeccable. All of you here share that title of having incredible taste in YouTube live streams. It's like, right now there are 11 people here. You are the 11 people in the world with the best taste in YouTube live streams in the whole world out of 7 or 8 billion people or whatever. That's pretty impressive. Mr. Bobby, you're part of an impressive crew. Very impressive and small group of people who consistently watch Talking to Finish people. So, nobody needs to be more of a special snowflake than that. That's the best kind of special snowflake you could possibly be. Because after all, you're here watching Talking to Finish people, even though I'm not like some ENFJ going like, Hey, everything's good. That's good too. Everyone has their opinions. They're all equal and they're all good. No, I'm not like that. So, you're here anyway. Kudos to you. Cheers, Mr. Bobby, for your persistence in this place of higher learning called Targeting with Spanish People. CJ, I think the point that you're not getting in your exchanges with Mr. Bobby is that Mr. Bobby likes to fight with people. You're missing that key ingredient in your analysis. Oh, these ugly paint chips. It's like I don't want to bother cleaning up these paint chips until I'm done with chipping all the paints, right? Because if there's just going to be more paint chips, then I just have to clean them up again. So we have to go get a power washer. That's what we're supposed to do right now. Instead, what am I doing? I'm just sitting here, smoking a cigarette, and explaining the world to Mr. Bobby. Mr. Bobby, I commend you for all of the time you spend listening to me. You get a gold star. Winston's mom, you also get a gold star. Boba Fett, you get a gold star. Show Media, you get a gold star. Other people who are around a lot that I haven't thought of right this second. Gold stars for you too. Everybody likes getting a gold star. The opposite of a gold star would be like a brown square. Gold star for you, gold star for you, brown square for you. Gold star for you, gold star for you. Well, I'm telling you guys, all those people I named, none of you are getting a brown square. You're all getting a gold star. Mr. Bobby, you're on the gold star list. CJ, you're on the gold star list. Winston's mom, Show Media, Boba Fett, you're all getting gold stars. I do have a brown square list, but in order to respect their privacy, I will share with them their brown squares later. After this stream, I take CJ. I said, CJ, look, I said you got a gold star, but I'm sorry, but you actually got a brown square. I got several needs for improvement. Needs improvement areas, and I want to talk to you. I bet you that's Chawa. Wanting to do something with a kid. I finally fixed the answering machine this morning. That's good news. I don't know who she's talking to. Really, normally this Chawa should just bring me the phone. I'm right here.
It's Chawa.
Hello, Chawa. Yeah, yeah. Personally, I prefer the instant release to the extended release. Well, because the extended release is more. I mean, extended release is more gacky. It means like it makes you gack more. Like, eh. I mean, all speed is a little bit gacky, but some of it's more gacky than others. I think the instant release is less gacky than the extended release. Yeah, I think the instant release is less gacky. I think the extended release, it's like, look, Adderall already lasts a long ass time. By the end of it, you're ready you're ready to go to bed or whatever. If you extend it, then the end of it gets really gacky, where you just feel like, eh. It's not a normal word. It's a word I use to describe when you're sprung out on speed too much and you're feeling all gacky. I don't know. It's a word I made up to explain this exact thing I'm trying to explain. It's a combination of tired but can't rest, irritable, low frustration tolerance maybe, and a general physical feeling of like tenseness and clenching all of your everything. Correct. Yeah. Correct, but it's still, if it's in a system like mine anyway, it still lasts longer than a full day. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm prescribed 215s a day, but I mean, I don't take them like that necessarily. Yeah, well, Adderall is perfect for debate. It's a debate performance enhancing drug. Yeah, well, just give both. He and his partner put them both on a lot of speed, and I'm sure they'll do fine. That's not gonna get him in trouble. I mean, geez, just because they're lawyers doesn't mean they're gonna deal with their kid getting Adderall as a crime. Yeah, some people are. Yeah, yeah, it's fine. It's like, I mean, okay, like the thing is, it's gonna catch up to him over like a 3 day tournament, right? Let's say it's a 3 day tournament, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, if it's a holiday. Well, he's gonna get too little sleep on Friday night just because it's the next day's jitters, next day tournament jitters. Then he'll do the Adderall on Saturday, and he'll feel lots of energy, and then Saturday night he won't get a good night's sleep again. And then he'll wake up Sunday feeling all tore up. So he'll need to take twice as much Adderall that day. And then on Monday, if he's still in the tournament, well, then Sunday night he didn't get good sleep again. So you better double it up again on Monday. No, no, it's the negative. From my experience, the negative aspects of it are less with instant release than they are with extended release. Okay, you probably have to get your doctor to rewrite the script. They probably won't get change it at the pharmacy, you know. All right, cool. Later days. Bye. You just wanted advice about Adderall.
Hmm. She talked to the right person.
Yeah. I explained to her the proper doping procedure for maximizing performance enhancement with Adderall in the debate tournament. You start Saturday with 1, Sunday you go 2, Monday you go 4. If you're still in it on Monday, then you're in serious outrounds at that point. So there ain't no time for sleep. Ain't no time for nothing but cranking. You gotta stay up, cut cards, do all kinds of shit if you want to be the best, you know. Jeffrey and his partner have that as their aspiration. And, you know, they got their asses whooped at TOC. Why? I offered to help them for free before they went to TOC. And they turned me down. His partner is too proud. You see where that pride got him? Last place. Or whatever they got. I don't know. It was bad. They didn't break, that's for sure. I think they lost all their rounds.
Could you pin me?
Which is really shitty considering how early they qualified for TOC. It's like, okay, you guys just stopped working. There.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, it's hard to do without my glasses, but I successfully pulled it off.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
no problem. Pretty nice out here, huh?
Yeah, it is.
We're not even getting eaten by any mosquitoes.
No.
Would you like to sit next to us instead of in front of us? Now you're sitting next to me. Rachel's over here to the left. You're just gonna sit right next to me and Rachel here.
Backyard sightings.
And enjoy the backyard with us. Yep. Well, I guess I best be mowing that hill.
I bet you gotta get going on it.
Yeah, gotta keep that hill mowed.
It's got to be mowed. I want to let all moths know that I have no problem with them. They're totally fine.
You hear that, moths? You've gotten a reprieve.
I've just learned what a daddy long legs is, so I let them be because they take care of mosquitoes.
Yeah, well, they need to go outside is what they need to do.
Yeah, I know. They need to go outside.
Daddy long legs are some of the dumbest of all bugs.
That's so interesting. Are they spiders?
I don't know what they are, but they're just dumb flying things that can barely fly. It seems like, you know.
Yeah, they can.
and they just they run into things and fall down. Who's meowing?
That's trouble.
Would you like to come outside? Okay. You gonna patrol for us? Alright, go on patrol. What are we on patrol for today, Trouble?
Yeah.
Officer Trouble. Remember when we used to go on night patrol? Back in Arcadia? Yeah. Now you're on day patrol. Both the kitties are outside now.
Yeah.
And they're walking down there. Can you see the kitties? The cats, the two little cats. Those are the cats down there. They're chilling. Yeah, they seem to be pretty good friends some of the time.
Some of the time, I'd say.
For outside than Trouble does.
Yeah.
No, what in the world?
They are conflictor types.
How do I not have any cigarettes with me? How did that happen? These are the questions. These are the questions that will plague us all for all of time. I'm going to go get a pack of cigarettes. And I think I'm also going to go pee. And then I'm going to come back out here, smoke a cigarette, drink the beer, and then maybe we'll end the stream and go to town and get a power washer.
Yeah.
Okay, so Angel and I just realized something pretty important about Marilyn Monroe. You know that shot where she walks over this grate and air is blowing upward and it blows up her dress? I bet you she knew ahead of time that was going to happen when she walked over that grate. And she did it on purpose. And then, once she got over the grate, first of all, how hard is it to figure out a solution to that problem? Oh no, hair's blowing up my dress. Oh no. She just stands there and knows about it. She could just walk off the grate, you know? Was she wearing underwear?
It's I don't know.
That would matter somewhat. You know, it'd be even more brazen of her to walk over that if she wasn't wearing any underwear.
I think I'm not sure.
This episode of Naked and Afraid Brazil we're watching.
So much drama.
Well, what was with that one lady? She keeps insisting on solutions to things that are period blood focused.
Yes.
She wants to bleed into the water so the fish come to eat it. And then
She did it, and
it worked, but she
yeah,
didn't have anything to
she couldn't
catch
get
the
it-
fish
yeah.
with. Because that bitch is being so uncooperative.
But it is funny that is that something I would do?
You don't seem that much of like a native Indian person like
No.
she is. She looks like an Indian. Like, she looks like she cut her hair with a obsidian tool.
Yeah.
But she's much cooler than that other lady. That other lady's like, I'm cold, I'm gonna have the mosquito net, it's not mine, I'm gonna wrap myself all around in it, and not let anybody else have any mosquito net. It's just like, okay, you bitch just need to stop. You know? I mean, I get it, you're cold, but it's not even your mosquito net. It's not a blanket anyway, it's just a net. And they need it to fish. It's daytime, it's not even
Yeah.
cold outside.
I'm like, that guy could have helped that girl with the net.
Oh, that guy's such a nine,
I know.
though.
Oh
He's
my
such a conflict
god.
avoider.
Oh man, that's so me. Why do I have to be 9 first?
Well, what a great guy that guy is, though. He just it's not very well suited for
Conflict?
conflict or, you know, asserting boundaries and stuff.
Yeah. I get that.
I mean, you don't have to assert very many boundaries around here.
No.
Well, I'm not infringing on your boundaries very much.
No.
So it doesn't really matter. Like both of us, but you being having 9 in your tri type, me having 8 in my tri type. They aren't very defining qualities when you're not dealing with much conflict. When we deal with very little conflict, our biggest conflict so far was my being mad at the mailman woman. And that wasn't even an actual conflict with the actual person. That was just me being mad at the mailman. Before finally just complying with her wishes and not fighting about it. That was me pulling a 1. Then an 8. I mean, it did need to be fixed. Just as well as it's fixed, you know.
Yeah, it worked.
And it's good when you're not making decisions based on the fact that you're mad about something.
Mm.
You know, that's not a good long-term decision to make. My dad was always super practical about things like this, and I would always be like, "But Dad, son, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. You just walk away and look at the blah blah blah." That one tree's leaning that way a little bit. See?
Yeah, it is. You should probably not have that tree too.
No, I don't think we need to take
No?
that tree out.
Okay.
But I need to look at it from the bottom and see if it's alive. If it's alive and everything, it's fine. It's just like there's a tree in the gully down there where you can see it was leaning and then it started straightening out again. You know. So but look at that. Look how much that tree is moving around in the wind.
Really?
It seems fragile. I mean, I guess it wouldn't really make any difference to the overall view. Might even improve it not to have that tree right there. But you know, we could probably. I don't know if that's how tall it is. Felling a tree can be a bit of an operation.
Mm. Yeah, it's known for being dangerous.
And, you know, it's like from the looks of it, where would it fall? Or we'd want it to fall that way. That's not the way it's leaning. We could winch it, maybe. I mean, that's a sketchy tree removal no matter how you do it with it. It's on a little hill on the hill. So it's like there's the hill, it's on a little hill on the hill. So that's a dicey operation, no matter how you cut it. The good news is if that tree falls over, it's not gonna fall over this way. It's got two things working against it falling over this way. One, it's leaning that way. And two, gravity is that way. Like I almost think we could chop it right. We could get the fall right past our shed.
That'd be good.
That'd be nice. But, you know, felling a tree falls under the category of things amateurs probably shouldn't attempt without considerable thought and research beforehand. Yes, it's true. We will be getting a chainsaw when Cameron arrives. I believe he's bringing a chainsaw with him. Bought me a chainsaw, I'll pay him back for it, you know. But just because I have a chainsaw, that doesn't make me a lumberjack. Yes, maybe I have a chainsaw. Yes, maybe I'll order the lumberjack breakfast. But no, maybe I shouldn't try chopping down that tree. Now, the one in the front yard is much more possibility. The one in the front yard, I could conceivably see myself climbing up it with some kind of contraption, like a belt that goes around the tree and then around you, that as you go up, you can just sit there like that and not have to worry about sliding down. Some kind of contraption like that. I could conceivably see myself going up there and chopping off a piece of it at a time until it got down low enough that I could just chop it down at the bottom and push it over to where I want it to go. Alternately, probably more safely, I could conceive of us using the winch in the little wilderness car to pull it the direction we want it to go after we've chainsawed it mostly, you know? We'll consult with Cameron about this.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Because I know if we get that company to come out here and do it, it's going to be like thousands of dollars.
Yeah. It is. You don't have to come in.
I have a call out to Chad to do the job. But no firm date yet as to when he might be available to do it or anything. It's sort of tentative. Yeah. If I get it done before then I get it done before then. I never envisioned living here involving as much forestry management as it does. I hear a chainsaw off in the distance right now. It's just another chainsaw Monday, whoa, whoa. Song like Sunday, whoa, whoa. And that's my sawdust, yo, whoa, whoa. It's not Memorial Day today, you guys. You were wrong about that. Okay, now the time for cereal we're so after what is hard. We can go to town.
Yes.
We can go to town and then we can go to Burger King
Yeah.
first or Subway.
Either.
Which do you prefer?
Burger King.
Burger King. Okay. We'll go to Burger King. And then we'll get a power washer.
Or you can go to Subway if you want.
You could tell I was disappointed by your choice, though.
Yes.
Because Burger King doesn't have good drinks.
No, they don't.
Subway usually has good drinks.
Oh, that's true. I never know what to order from Subway.
You always get the tuna fish.
No, but it's like, I'm kind of over it. Like, it's like
Well, why don't you get a charbroiled chicken club?
char-boiled
Chicken club.
chicken club? Okay.
That's an
Can you order-
advertisement for it. Sure, I'll order it for you.
Thank
If
you.
you want me to.
Yeah. It's a tongue twister for me. Char-boiled.
A charbroiled chicken club.
Char-broiled chicken club.
Yeah. I believe I saw an advertisement for it with Golden State Warriors player Steph Curry.
It's a good sign.
I don't see it as anything, but I just am recalling where I got the name from.
It sounds good. Sounds
Well,
like something I would like.
Their commercial was successful enough that I remembered that name,
Yeah.
but I maybe remembering it wrong. Charbroiled Chicken Club is kind of a mouthful. Are you sure they'd named their sandwich that? I'm not so sure.
Guess who's like basically like in charge of Subway now?
Jared?
No, that would be appropriate.
Who then?
Derek Jeter.
Derek Jeter is now in charge of Subway.
hmm So like a lot of like the updates and like new stuff is like from his like reimagining.
Oh, Subway?
Uh huh.
Did he like buy the company or something?
Basically.
Wow. Well, Subway's pretty good. It's not a bad investment if you're gonna buy a company by Subway. You know, Subway is one of the few restaurants that can get away with not having a drive-through.
Yeah.
That's a big advantage, you know. There are a few places I will go that don't have a drive-through. I'll go to Subway. I'll go to. We don't have one around here, but what was that sandwich place we went to?
Oh, Jersey Mike's.
Jersey Mike's. Jersey Mike's is good. I wish we had a Jersey Mike's around here, but we don't. So
Yeah.
it's fine. You know, if you ever want a good sandwich, they have a deli at the supermarket that makes sandwiches.
That's true.
We could get a sandwich from there if we want something other than a Subway sandwich.
Yeah, because maybe I'll do roast beef. Well, I could do roast beef at right at
Subway, sure, yeah. Do
With
whatever you want.
provolone.
Yeah, that's good. That sounds delicious. I change what I get when I go there. I don't know. I don't always get the same thing.
No, you don't.
I used to always get roast beef. But somewhere along the line, I stopped always getting roast beef. I don't know.
For a while, you were getting the Italian BMT. That was good.
Yeah. I never get any chicken sandwiches there.
Mm. I've only gotten that like chicken teriyaki one they have once. It was pretty good. I thought it was like too sweet though.
Mm.
So
You gotta, I mean, the right amount of teriyaki is as much art as it is science.
It is.
You know, you can just have a bowl of rice with just the perfect amount of teriyaki, and you can fantastic.
Oh my
But
gosh.
a little bit too much, and you'd be like,
Oh,
ah,
it's
I
so
can't eat
sweet.
this.
Yeah. You get tired of it quick.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna go inside now. Read these little chats here at the end. See what's been going on that we've been missing out on. And then we're gonna end this stream. We're gonna go to town. We're gonna get a power washer, which will greatly assist in the stripping of paint and other such shenanigans.
When we get back to roll a few joints for me.
I can do that right now.
Thanks.
Okay. Le papiers. I like my papers like my machetes. Made in France. Did I show you guys my cool machete? I got a cool machete. I haven't used it yet, but I have determined that it's cool. If it doesn't function well under usage, then I will conclude it's uncool. Well, we don't have a lot of choices here in Mariposa Hero Land. We've got the supermarket, we've got Subway, we got Burger King, we got sit-down restaurants. We could go to Happy Burger Diner.
You good? That's up to you.
Well, I can't imagine Cameron being here for 4 o'clock, do you think?
No.
I don't know what time I don't remember how long ago it was. He said he was leaving pretty soon. Yeah, the supermarket had a deli. We could get sandwiches from there. But I like Subway. Rachel, would you rather get a supermarket sandwich than Subway? We could do that.
They don't get the same thing. Or maybe a Reuben. They have that at the deli, right?
I don't know. We could go to the deli and find out.
Okay.
Let's go to the deli. Fine, you win here, Lamb. You win. You have dissuaded us from supporting Derek Jeter's Subway.
I've been on Tinder and listen to the music, thinking about this and that. I got that wrong.
Now, of course,
She said,
I asked Rachel the important question that everybody should ask their girlfriend. Have you slept with Derek Jeter? Unfortunately for me, the answer was no.
no.
She's not slept with
I
Derek
have not.
Jeter. Because, you know, at least half of the women in New York, the answer is yes. Your walk with God. What is that? Someone in this chat has, though, statistically speaking, has what? Yeah, someone in this chat, statistically speaking, has slept with Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the joint.
Thank you.
We try to stay on task. Roll a few more joints. You're gonna need this. Lazy Susan, bring this to me.
Whoa!
Lazy Susan
What
is
is that?
what?
Like that, those noises, the cats?
What is this?
There's like thuds.
Go look. I don't know. I thought it was just the cat. Maybe they knocked something over.
That's what I thought, it's the cats too. Yeah, it's just the cats.
Yeah, well, and of course, we have the house of mystery noises. Our house has lots of mystery noises.
Pump it up.
Do we need to go to Oakhurst for some other reason besides, like, maybe we should go to Oakhurst instead of Mariposa, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea because.
We need to get your medicine,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Let me email Dr. Ingram.
Okay.
He said he was gonna do it. He must have forgotten. Um.
Okay. Well, since we don't know yet for sure if it's ready at CVS or will be today, let's not go to Oakhurst.
Okay.
Going to Oakhurst sounds like so much worse than going to Mariposa for some reason. Going to Mariposa sounds like a pleasant day in town.
It does.
Going to Oakhurst sounds like, oh, we gotta go to Oakhurst.
I know. You like they should have the McDonald's in Mariposa and the Burger King in Oakhurst.
So true, Rachel. So true. Somehow they got that mixed up.
Yeah.
The Burger King belongs in stinky Oakhurst.
Yeah.
And the McDonald's belongs in wonderful Mariposa. It's like you're gonna have one drive-through in your town, one drive-through restaurant in your whole town, and it's gonna be a Burger King.
I know. Just one in town. Just one.
We have one drive-through restaurant in the whole town, and it's Burger King.
And we get you like Madera County, okay? Like we get that. We get that. But McDonald's always over Burger King.
Yeah, of course.
Like McDonald's is way more classy.
Yeah. Although I did have a funny exchange with the Burger King guy, I remember.
That was funny.
I said, "Can I get?" He's like, "No."
That was so funny. I think about that too. It was like the first day we were in town.
Yeah. It was pretty funny. He might have been an ENTP. I don't know. It confused me for a second. You know, it's like, oh, what? I didn't even say what I wanted yet. Yeah, I do too. Ruben, I'm with you on that. Ruben says he loves when people are willing to play around like that.
Me too.
Me too. He's got a number of good songs too. Watching the Detectives is also a really good.
Oh,
song.
Watching the Detectives.
And so is
She's so cute.
so is Allison.
Mhm. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Alright, I'm gonna roll one of these for myself. Why don't I dab? Well, one thing, I don't have any concentrate. For another, usually, with some rare exceptions, concentrate makes me cough too much.
Yeah, I'm a cougher as well.
One time Rachel got this really nice concentrate pen.
Yes.
It was smooth as smooth could be.
Yes, a heavy hitter.
And it also was stony.
Mhm.
But that's a rare exception. By and large, concentrates make me cough my lungs out. Alright, now, this I'm going to smoke while I go pee. Then we're going into town. So, yeah, I know it's shadow, right? The glassy thin stuff. It really depends on the individual instance as to how coffee it is, you know? Sometimes you get some of that stuff that's not very coffee, sometimes it's super coffee. It's hard to say why. The cough gods decide that. Okay. For now, Rachel and I will bid you a very fond farewell. I'm gonna go pee, smoke this joint while I'm peeing. Then we'll go into town. So, I'm hungry. I'm looking forward to going into town and getting sandwich or something.
Yeah.
So goodbye, good luck, good night, God bless. Arrivederci.